Hey y'all. Meh. It's pretty much what I'm feeling today. Meh. Crimbo. It's over as of an hour ago here. Some of y'all still have it to deal with, but I don't. Not anymore. It's all over except some of the baking and, whatever gifts I didn't get out on time, which is most of them, honestly. Um, yeah, got some really rough news from my best friend today. I mean, I basically woke up to her having a panic attack and calling me. So, hello, Miss Sunrise Dawn. Hello, Tony. Um, yeah. So when you wake up, oh, sorry, Miss Sunrise Dawn. Tony beat you to it. First come, first shown. Yeah, I was awakened by my phone ringing, and had it been pretty much anyone else, I wouldn't have picked up. But it was my BFF, so I called her, or I answered the phone. Hey, Jen. And yeah, she was in a bad spot. She was in a bad place, and so I had to kind of talk her off the ledge a little bit, bring her back down to earth. Did what I could to make her laugh, and she's, hey, Ugg, good to see ya. Yeah, she's been having a rough time recently. As we age, so do our families, and that doesn't always mean good things. And it means a lot of difficulty for us to have to deal with. And unfortunately, she had already way too much on her plate, and now she has more on her plate. So uh, she knows. I'm glad that she knows that she can call me. She did apologize for waking me up, and I'm like, please stop that right now. I picked up the phone because I had to, and I know that you would do the same. So just knock it the hell on off and tell me what's going on. Um, we've known each other for just about ever. We became friends when I was 11 and she was 13. And she she's been there for me through some shit. I've been there for her. There's balance. But she's the one who's going through it right now. And she knows that I will do anything I can to help. So if my phone rings and it's her tonight, just know that I'm going to end the stream hella quick because, yeah, today has been some absolute bullshit. And because we have both worked in retail, we're both of the opinion that the holidays suck and we don't care about them because we've worked retail, so we're dead inside. And she's a pastry chef, which means that she basically gets no holidays because she's always, everyone's gearing up for the holidays. And that means that she has to go into double time and triple time, baking all the things for people who cannot bake for themselves, or are having parties and want them catered and, yeah, shit like that. So, yeah. So her spouse likes Christmas and she does not, and she knows that she can call me at any time and curse at the holidays, and I'm going to be right there with her. So, yeah. So that's been what today has been like. In between phone calls from her, I've been napping and not a whole lot else. At least you were there for her. That speaks volume to have a friend like that. Yeah, and she's been there for me too. She's been there for me when I got back into town after dealing with a whole parcel of shit this last summer. I took 10 days before coming up here to Hoth and just decompressed at her place. And she provided a soft space to land and knew that occasionally in the middle of conversations, I would just start crying and she'd hand me the tissues and we'd keep talking. And, we're just rolling with it, just working it out. And so she knows she's got me and I know I've got her. And we have for the better part of our lives. Like I said, I was 11 when I met her. She was 13. And we are 50 and 52 now, respectively. So, yeah, we've been basically family. We share a brain. We finish each other's sentences. We have done since we were teenagers. We speak our own language. So, who knows? We, depending on what happens. Sorry, I had to clean off my screen. Depending on what happens, my background may change. Pardon me, this is post-shower. I haven't done anything with my hair. Blah. I've got my skincare on, and I've got a little bit of tinted lip balm, and that's about it. Fuck, what was I saying? Oh, depending on how things go, my background may change because if she needs to go, if she needs somebody to take care of the house that her mom and her brother live in, I know I'll fucking go. I can do my job from anywhere. So as long as they have internet, it doesn't matter. Have coming in with some holiday cheer. Yeah, it's about how I feel about it. I've been blessed with a couple of friends like that. There's nothing in the world I wouldn't do for them. And I know there's nothing in this world that they wouldn't do for me. Yeah. Yep. That's exactly it. That's exactly it, Miss Sunrise Dawn. So yeah, it's just been that kind of day, and I'm actually really glad that I didn't have any big festive bullshit to deal with because then I would not have been quite as available to take those calls when they needed to be taken and answer those texts when they needed to be answered. So yeah. So it's been kind of a thing. I think honestly my favorite holiday movie is Gremlins. Plus Phoebe Cates is cute as hell. So yeah. So that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at today. But I did start on the wrap with the new yarn last night. Worked on it a little bit today. And it's looking much better. Looking much better with this. Not quite as bunchy and weird and stuff. So yeah, that's looking better. And feeling good about it. So I'm going to continue with that, and maybe I'll try it again with the green yarn with larger needles next time. Kimberly sent me something, a YouTube video about a crochet elephant, or it might be even be a tutorial. I don't know, but I don't know how to crochet. So, yeah, I will watch it because it looks like it's adorable, but hey, Mr. Crow, good to see ya. Yeah, So that's what I got. That's what I got. My mom is watching Great British Baking Show downstairs and winding down. She was going to bake today and run around all over the place, and then decided that she was just too fucking exhausted from her binging of holiday binge quilting. So she announced earlier in the evening she was going to go downstairs and she was going to watch TV and eat popcorn and go to bed. And I said, I think that's a great idea. So that's what she's doing. And yeah, I'm just hanging out and plowing through my knitting and plowing through my watch later list. And yeah, this is going to piss me off real quick. You wonder why I keep it all up out of my way, because it is out of my way and it needs to be out of my way. It gets in my way. It's too fucking long. I hate it. And I need to cut it, but I don't want to cut it right as winter gets here, because then I will freeze. So now it's up in a bun. Miss Sunrise Dawn has a photo she needs to send me. It made her giggle, and I'm hoping it does the same for y'all. Okay. All right. Well, fire away, babe. We're here. I wish I knew how to do that messy bun thing that people do. I still haven't figured that out. I don't know how to do that. Oh. Let's see. That wasn't Miss Sunrise Dawn. That was Hef. Yes. Yes. 100%. There's Hef. Fuck this shit. 100%, my dear. Absolutely. Yeah. So, I don't know. Not a whole lot to say tonight. Pete Jensen contacted me. He wants to collab. He sent me an email talking about it. And looks like reaction. He wants to do reactions to like funny stuff on the internet. I've just replied to him to see if he wants me to react to like Scientology stuff, or I said it was, who's Pete Jensen? He's got his own channel on here. If you look up Pete Jensen, PeteJensen, on the tubes, you'll find him. He's part of the SPTV family. And okay, so that is hella cute. When you just can't decide between the bed and the floor, Jasper in one of the beds he got for Christmas. Ignore my stained floor. There's Jasper. Just keeping his little butt warm. But sometimes part of you wants the floor. It's like sticking 1 foot out of the blankets, you know? That's the way I see it. Hey, Red. Good to see you. So I got a not so great call today. Uh-oh. What's happening, Jen? What's happening? Do you want to share with us? Can we help? How can we help? And are you okay? Yeah, Pete Jensen does SPTV stuff. I'm just talking to fill time now until we find out what's going on with Jen. He does SPTV stuff, and he wants to collaborate with me, and that'd be cool. I can get down with that. I checked out his channel. He did a really long form interview with Jackson Moorhead, and we love Jackson. I think it's impossible to not love Jackson. Oh, my mother called me after 2.5 years, no contact. I'm processing, wondering what she wants from me now. Yeah, I would wonder that too. Are you the one who cut the ties? Are you the one who cut off the contact? Or was it her? Because that would have a lot to do, I think, with how I would be feeling about it. But I know that I would be feeling some kind of way for sure. Yes, you did mention, Miss Sunrise Dawn, that you're having eye surgery on Wednesday. So we're gonna just keep an eye out for you. Oh, I'm not Captain Tommy. And here's a cat in a drawer. That's Boo. Boo in a drawer. Cutie. May your surgery be uneventful, Dawn, and your healing be swift. They give you the good drugs for eye surgery, if I remember correctly. They give you the 0 fucks given drugs for eye surgery. It's always fun. Hey, Kimberly. Good to see you. I was just talking about you. You sent me a video with all of the yeah, you sent me a link to a video with for a crocheted elephant, and I will watch it. I haven't yet, but I will. I just don't crochet. Oh, red. Red is festive. This is retired Red, y'all, and she just said that I can show it on the live. So here we are. There's retired Red being festive as fuck. We love it. Look at you with your little antlers. Those are bells on those antlers, too. So you jingle when you walk. Nice. Well done, Red. Well fucking done. There's Kim. Kim D, hi. Rock it out for life. Hey, girl. You know what? I'm a dick because I said I was going to call you the other day and I didn't. So I'm an asshole. And I apologize right here in public. And yeah, I'm really sorry about that. That was I just got distracted and I didn't call you, Kim, but can we talk sometime tomorrow? I hope so. Jen says, no, at first she disowned me in a letter, but it didn't last long on her end. I've kept it. I told her before she did it, I was done letting people in and out of my life. I guess she didn't believe me. Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Well, she might be fitting to learn, huh? Agreed. Agreed. I co-sign this sentiment. Got to pull them out once a year. Yep. I can't find mine. I'm not sure where exactly they are, but I know I've got some antlers somewhere. Hello, Amy. Am I able to unblock Lady from Doug's channel? They said you were the one that put her in timeout. Am I incorrect? I put her in timeout, and I put her in timeout for 24 hours. After that, I didn't do anything. I timed her out for 24 hours. She was becoming extremely rude and really unpleasant and really disruptive. So I did what I did. but it was a 24-hour timeout. No other action should need to be taken. I didn't block her. I didn't mute her. I didn't do anything like that. So I just put her in a 24-hour timeout. And after that 24-hour timeout was up, she should be able to post in there. She shouldn't need unblocking because she wasn't blocked. You thought the elephant was cute. It's a 1-minute YT short. Okay, cool. I'll watch it. No worries, definitely. Okay, good, Kim. Thank you. Outback said she had to comment for you to unblock her. Again, she's not blocked. She got put in a timeout, and that's it. After that 24 hours was up, she should have been able to comment, no problem. She wasn't going to do that because you insulted and tried to humiliate her for caring about Doug. I never tried to humiliate anyone for caring about Doug. I did see people that were taking things way too far, and I did see people who were being rude, who were being extremely disruptive, and who were not being helpful. When he was dead on his bed, did you not know that he didn't want you to gatekeep chat and block her? I didn't block her. So I can keep saying that until it's easy enough for you to understand. I did not block her. I put her on 24-hour timeout. Did Doug ever give you the okay to give anybody a timeout? Yes. Yes, he did. He told me to save it for extreme circumstances, and I did. We all of the mods, put up with a lot of abuse, and we put up with a lot of insults, and with a lot of rudeness. And I waited, and I waited, and I waited. Things got egregious. They got out of hand. And I had permission to do what I did. And I did it. Actually, that's not the case. It wasn't because nobody wanted to be actually helpful. It's because there was nothing that anybody could have done, number one, to prevent what happened. Number two, nobody had his information. And number three, he's a friggin' private guy. He wouldn't have wanted the cops to come barging in. He wouldn't have wanted people to be thinking that the first place they should check was a psychiatric hospital or the arrest records. Because that doesn't say anything good about the kind of esteem that people said that they held Doug in. So, no, he didn't what? No, he didn't what? Give me permission? Want to bet? You weren't one of his mods. I was. And we had long discussions. We had long discussions about it and about what he would tolerate and what I should use my discretion for. So I held to his rules. I held to his rules. So, you can keep bringing this to me. You're not going to get any different answers. I had permission to do what I did, and I held off for a long damn time because I wanted to make sure that I was honoring what he asked me to do. And I did. I waited a long damn time. They could at least acted like they cared and showed up. Honey, nobody knew where he lived. Nobody knew where he lived. Nobody had his apartment number. Nobody had that information. And we're not going to be digging around. We're not going to sick Jeffrey Augustine on him. He couldn't stand Jeffrey Augustine. So that would have been a bad move, okay? Some people knew him personally. Yeah, oh my God. All right, so let's just take this one piece at a time, okay? Why do people claim they did know his information and knew him personally? You can know somebody personally and not have their friggin' apartment number. There's a lot of people who know me personally who have no idea how to get to my house. There are a lot of people who know me personally who had no idea where I lived when I was in LA. Even if they could pick out the right street, they wouldn't know the building and they didn't know the apartment number. There's a lot of people that I didn't know any of my neighbors when I lived in LA, except one who lived across the street in one of the apartments that I lived in. So you don't know your neighbors when you're there. Yeah, Marisa knows him personally. She has done for a long time. She lives a couple in the next state over. Doesn't necessarily. She didn't necessarily have his apartment number because if they were talking via phone, why would she need to mail him anything? So let's keep going. A private guy, he exposes his whole heart and soul out to everybody that listens to him. Yes. Do you know what he did for a living? Do you know who he worked for? What was his day job? Do you know? Did you have his apartment number? He trusted me, and he was still uncomfortable giving his address out when I asked him for it because I wanted to send him something. And I said, "Okay." He said he needed to get off his ass and get a PO box. Okay. It's not. It's not. I don't know what made no sense. Um, you want me to take you seriously and to have this discussion, but then you're going to say big fucking deal. So, mutual respect. No, I didn't, or I would have known something. No, I didn't. What? We talked all the time, but it's not like I had I had his phone number. I had 2 different email addresses. We were on Facebook Messenger consistently. So there we go. And he told you not to shut anybody up, especially if they were looking out for him, I'm sure. Actually, he didn't. He didn't say that at all. So thanks again for having no idea what our personal conversations were. My lord, if any of us knew him with that information, we would for sure go check on him. Of course. And what the fuck could I have done from the middle of this place? Anyway, it's not like I can hop on a plane and just Uber right on over to his apartment. Show what his rules were? Show you the rules? You're assuming that they were written down. We had conversations about it on the telephone. So, no, I can't show you the rules. He didn't have a fucking PowerPoint that had all of his rules listed. He didn't have a spreadsheet. We talked about it with voices. Lady was talking about calling the police and trying to launch an investigation even after Steve said that his mother had been contacted and had initiated a well-being check. What more to do? There's that. My address is public, but that still doesn't give a stranger any right to do a wellness check on me. Yes. Yeah, thank God he didn't have a pet. But he didn't have a pet on purpose because he has a small apartment and he smoked inside, and he didn't want to subject a dog to that. So, yeah, he didn't have a pet. He also didn't have a wife and kids who could have checked on him. The only people to whom he was beholden were his employers. I would hope that they would have checked on him. But they didn't. You honored nothing? Lady responded because she had a gut feeling and she was right. You know what? We can talk about gut feelings all day long. I did honor something. I honored the agreement that I made with Doug, an agreement that you don't know about because you didn't hear it and because you weren't listening in on our telephone call. So I'm sorry that you disbelieve that something you weren't there for actually happened, but it did. And I let you and Lady go on for days and be rude to everyone in that chat before I finally stepped up and did something. And even then, I didn't block her. I put her on a timeout. And that's all I did. She could go back in there any old time of the world and comment. After that 24 hours was up, that was it. That was all I did. She doesn't need to be unblocked because she was never blocked. That was his family's place, not ours. Yes, precisely. Then why did Mango and Denise, her name is Marisa, say that they did know? Neither one of them said that they knew exactly where he lived. I didn't hear that in any of their videos. And Mango specifically noted in even in his first videos that he didn't, that they had talked about going over to each other's house more than once, and it just hadn't panned out. So Doug had never gone over to Mango's house, and Mango had never gone over to Doug's house. And therefore, they didn't know where each other lived. As for Marisa, I couldn't tell you, but she never told me that she knew where Doug lived. She never said that in any of her videos. We all had a gut feeling. Yep, that's a fact. They don't even know the apartment complex. Okay, that's not on me. None of that is on me. And I didn't know the apartment complex either. But the difference is, I never said that I did. So there's that. But neither did Mango, and neither did Marisa. None of them said in any of their videos that they knew what apartment complex he lived in. Nobody said anything about Jeffrey. I don't even know or care who Jeffrey is. Okay, well, then obviously you haven't been paying attention to Doug's channel very long. I'm talking about Doug, yes. Why would somebody ask somebody in Scientology to check? That's a good question, isn't it? That's a very good question. I'm an outsider with intuition and listen for education and knowledge, and something was terribly wrong. Yes. And the people that said that they knew him did nothing. They may not have been able to. It's very possible that their hands were tied just as much as us, but, they're also the ones that know best, and it was through Steve Mango's videos that Doug's mom was made aware of the situation, so thank you. I'm glad that he made the videos, because otherwise, it's very possible that it wouldn't have gotten back to his mom until significantly later, and she's the one that actually had the power and the right to instigate a wellness check, not a bunch of randos from the internet. Okay? Email address is my username at Gmail. You're welcome to. But you know what? I'm not interested in getting screamed at. I'm not interested in having things blamed on me that aren't my fault. And so if you actually want to have a rational, calm discussion, that's fine. But if you just want me to call you so that you can scream at me for a while and get through the anger stage, no. You got part of that right, an outsider. Most of us were. Yeah, absolutely. No, she doesn't. She absolutely does not, and I've lived in LA. You can check on somebody's welfare. Yeah, I lived in LA too. I lived in LA for 5 years. Maybe you can check on somebody's welfare, but I didn't know any of my neighbors. I don't know whether or not he knew his neighbors. So, once again, I don't Amy, I don't know what you want me to do. And at this point, there's nothing I can do. You're mad and you're looking for somebody to take it out on. Hey, Aim. I know he did professional recording and music, and I did call 3 musicians I know to see if they were familiar with him. What the hell did you do? What did I do? Well, I knew that's not what he was doing for a living. I knew that wasn't his day job. What did I do? I tried to contact people behind the scenes that I thought might have been to his apartment, might know how to get there. That's what I did. I didn't make a big deal about it because it's none of anybody's business what I did. I called him a number of times. I left voicemails because I had his phone number. I sent him emails. I sent him messages on Messenger. And I was watching all of those avenues of communication to see if any of those messages had been read. They had not. So I really don't want to hear about what did I do. You listen for education and enlightenment, and you're an outsider, which means you didn't know Doug the way that I knew Doug. And I understand that you're upset, but you didn't have the communications with him that I did. Grief isn't a contest, so I'm not here to play the who's hurt more game. I'm also not interested in it. I can tell you that I took one action in that chat, and that's all I took. And now you're trying to blame pretty much everything around his passing and his eventual discovery on me. And I'm not having it. That's what he said on the video that I watched. So you tell me where he didn't say it. You tell me where you have something telling you what to do, because he already had problems with Goldie. I've already told you. We had a conversation over the phone. And we had discussed other people saying things when he was alive in other chats that I left alone, and I left them to his discretion, and I talked to him about them after the stream. And then we went over things again because I didn't want to step on anybody's toes. So, you can keep coming at me. I don't have a document to show you. I don't have a contract that I signed. I have conversations that I had, and I had occasions where I wasn't sure. And so I left things alone and I talked to him about them afterwards. And then we had more discussions about it. I don't have anything to show you. And also, again, I don't owe you anything. Then what did I do? I did not block her once again. I gave her a 24-hour timeout. After that 24 hours, she was totally able to post again, and she should be able to post now. I didn't block her. I never did. You have a lot of faith in yourself. I have a lot of faith in the conversations that I had with him. Weak, okay, whatever. You stated them, so I'm assuming there's some sort of rules. You said you know the rules. He gave them to you. Yeah, we talked a lot about the guidelines that he had. To me, that's a bunch of crap. Don't care. Aim's going to listen. Very sick with a virus, trying to sleep. I'm mourning, blaming nobody. Thank you very much. Kia ora, Amanda Beaumont. Yeah, neither was I, Mr. Crow. That's super drastic, a PowerPoint or a spreadsheet. Guess what? You're asking me to show you. I don't have anything to show you. So, either word your argument better or calm down and take a fucking breath before you put in comments asking for things. I'm not full of shit, and I didn't drop the ball. All right, Kim, no problem. I'm not full of shit, and I didn't drop the ball. I did everything that I could have. What are you even talking about? You saw me get off the phone that night and take his call, and then nothing. Somebody had to find his mom who had to do it, and they'd just come back together. Again, why are you coming at me about this? I'm not in Los Angeles. I wasn't part of the team that went to his apartment. I'm not his family, and I'm not the family friend who was taking point on this. I don't know why this is all my fault. All I did was put somebody on a timeout, but now you're laying the whole thing at my feet. And no. Why? She was rude and nasty, as were you, quite frankly. I timed her out because of some of the things that she was saying and the way that she was acting in the chat. And it is only because you had calmed down and weren't being that way while I was watching that I didn't give you a timeout too. You both know what you did. You both know how you were behaving. You both know how you were treating other people. And that's not cool. So no, I don't owe anybody an apology. Yeah. Wow. I don't care why you believe me. And yes, people were rude. Yeah. I did say what it is I timed her out for. So, not necessarily. Not necessarily. That is not the case, Soph. We had conversations about it. And it wasn't until uh things got to a really extreme level. And he said then I could act. And again, I didn't block. I didn't block. I put somebody on a timeout, and that's all I did. Nobody's been muted. Nobody's been booted. Nobody's been blocked. I put somebody on a 24-hour timeout 2 fucking weeks ago. She can go back in there. She has to text or comment because I was rude and hurtful. Okay. Can't speak for Chow, but LV was attacking everybody in the chat, including me, demanding that we call the police when we wouldn't have known his address or what to tell police. Precisely. She was. They both were. Yeah, it's not helping anything. I'm not Mango, so I can't tell you. That is what you thought. I'm not Mango. I don't know what to tell you. Fair enough. It's not going to keep going. Who did I time out? I timed out Lady Veritas.
Was she nasty?
I'm one of them. You didn't spell it correctly, and there is another person in a lot of the different SPTV chats that spells their name that way. I don't know if that person is male or female, but that is my name. Yes. Hi, Kathy. Good to see you. Because it's the internet? That's why people don't actually go by their actual names? What's up with the weird? It's a nickname that I've had for ages, and I had a Gmail account, and YouTube automatically links to that account. Ta-da! Magic. It's not that simple. Wow. Yeah, see, that I didn't do. I didn't do any of that. I didn't disappear anybody's chats. I didn't mute anybody. I didn't boot anybody. I didn't block anybody. And I keep saying it. I put one person on a 24-hour timeout. That's all I did. How did Steve Mango decide he knew best and to put something out before even his family knew anything? I don't know. I guess you're going to have to talk to Steve Mango about that because I have no idea. Y'all, and again, you're including me in this. I don't even know how to make a thumbnail. I don't make a clickbait title. I didn't do any of that shit. And there's I have a grand total of 133 subs. So I strongly doubt that it's that family friend that saw my videos. She saw Mango's video. And that's what you need to take up with him. Clearly. All right. No. I'm not taking down phone numbers that you put in the chat. That's a bad idea for you to even do that. So now I'm done. Now I'm done. Righteous questions? No, I haven't seen any. Honestly. I have no idea what mod was deleting them, but it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Some things are just not worth rehashing and rehashing. This is life. A friend of mine was going to disappear and I accepted that. No regrets, just sadness. I listened to her instructions, move on. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And we all have to move on. And I understand that anger is one of the stages of grief. And if it's helping for you to take your anger out on me, then you're welcome. But I didn't do what you are accusing me of. And I'm over it. Let's just don't anymore. Okay, yeah, musicians remember musicians. I bet they do. That doesn't surprise me. That wasn't what his day job was. Thanks, though. Thanks for playing. Let's move on, shall we? Because, yeah, this isn't constructive. It's not getting anywhere, and I'm not here to be anybody's whipping boy. So I took one action after a number of days and a lot of really rude behavior. And that action should be done. So there's, as far as I know, no reason that she can't go back in there and just chat as long as she would like. Yes, Miss Sunrise Dawn. I agree with you 100%. Xenu Marlene, y'all. That is what Doug would like. Xenu Marlene.
And you did your job as you were told to do.
Mm-hmm.
So
they can probably hear you.
They can take it up with you.
Mm-hmm.
I like your hair.
Thank you.
That's cute.
You want to say hi to the internet since they're all watching me talk to somebody off screen?
Hi, internet.
The mom is here.
The quilt maker's going to bed tonight.
Yeah.
I am shot. Shot at, missed, pooped at, and hit.
Yep. For sure.
Blind hemming till 7 a.m. just doesn't make it in my book anymore. I'm too old.
But, hey.
Kids were happy.
The kids were happy. They loved all the quilts. They loved all the quilts. All right. And Inappropriate Heifer says, hi, Ma.
Hi.
Retired Red says, hi, Mom. Hi, Cricket's mom. Hi, Mom. Hi, Mom. Yeah, bet you are tired. Yeah. She's been dragging ass
I'm
for
old
sure.
to begin with, so this just makes it really old. It's taking me 2 days to recuperate.
Yep. Kathy says, hi, Mama.
Hi.
Yeah. Everybody's saying hi to the mom.
Hello. Don't you ever see anybody else's moms? No?
No, because it's my channel. So the only person who comes on my channel is my mama.
It's me.
Yeah.
Well, good night. God bless. Namaste. Mañana.
Say Xenu.
Say what?
Xenu.
Xenu? Xenu. Okay. Why no Xenu?
Xenu, y'all.
Gush dish nosh.
Yes.
Ugh,
Sleep well, Mama.
thank you. Go to bed soon
Mm-hmm.
so you can get up and go with me to take cookies and things over.
You gotta bake them cookies before we go and take them anywhere.
Yeah, probably 10 or 11.
Okay.
Okay.
They're saying goodnight, Mom.
Good night.
Already did. Over it. See you, Marlene, everybody. She likes the goofy bun that my hair is in, but as usual, I gotta completely fuck with my bangs continuously. If you disappear, you fell asleep. All right, Aim. Feel better, baby. I hope you feel better soon. Oh, this is good wine. Damn. Yeah. Mr. Crow, let's just say it takes a lot to push me. You got to push a lot before I hit a breaking point. And I did. I was wondering what you were sending me pics of, Hef. Yes. Yes. Same. Same. I hope that y'all had, well, the holiday that you deserve. Really. And if that means just a quiet evening. Ooh, your sister-in-law sent some chilled shrimp home, and man, is it good. Fuck, now I want a bunch of shrimp. My favorite parrot. Hey, Kazri, just to see you. Good to see you. I mean, I'm reading at the same time that I'm speaking. Just arrived. Okay, good to see you. I don't actually have Heavenly Mead. What I have is something similar. It's a spiced apple wine called Halloween. It's super cute. It's got little bats all over the label, and it's an apple wine with cinnamon and nutmeg, and it's called Halloween. And it is absolutely delightful. It is absolutely delightful. And so that's what I have tonight. That's what I have tonight. And it is delicious and precisely what I needed. Yes, it's Boxing Day in New Zealand and in England. Happy Boxing Day to everybody. I'm glad to see you. Ooh, shrimp and steak fondue for Christmas dinner. That sounds amazing too. That does sound delicious. I had some cold fried chicken for dinner. Red had more pie. Good for you. Boxing Day in Canada too. Of course it is. Of course it is. I forgot about Canada. It's probably Boxing Day in Bermuda as well, which is an independently governed territory of the UK. Apple wine sounds nice. It is absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. Who wants to give a definition for or a meaning for Boxing Day? I think it's when you take the things that you don't need anymore and box them up and bring them to like charities for the needy, if I'm thinking correctly. Lasagna, cheesy garlic bread, stuffed mushrooms, deviled eggs is what we have tonight. Oh, and a pumpkin pie and a coconut cream pie made from scratch. Holy shit, that sounds amazing. Have a drink for you, Jen. After that phone call, you wanted a drink, that's for sure. Yeah, and you've got like a shitload of sobriety. So this one's for you, girl. Dawn. We discovered that my child loves celery. Hubby and I both hate it, so we never buy it. But sister-in-law had it. My daughter loved it, so she sent home a bunch of celery for her. Nice. I think it's crunchy green water with embedded dental floss. I don't understand it, but hey, what people are into, they're into. Good, excellent, fantastic. Yeah, I had cold fried chicken. The whole dinner was from scratch, but the garlic bread sounds great. Yeah, I guess when my folks were over at my brother's uh last night, they had lasagna as well, but it was Stouffer's, and I'm like, I make a better lasagna from scratch. But I haven't had one in a really long time. I haven't made one in a really long time. Mainly because lasagna is a lot. And if there's only 3 of us that in the house that are going to eat it, I suppose I could make it if we're going to have people over. It takes a while because I make my sauce from scratch too. So there's that. Boxing Day, your definition sounds right. I like to spend the day in my PJs and do nothing but veg and watch TV. Fair. Absolutely fair. Beaumont says, I don't know. I'm a stupid America living in New Zealand. Just another sale day. All right. Also fair. Nice. I'm going to be making chicken thighs pretty soon. And I have a really good recipe for the Instant Pot for chicken thighs. And I'm going to make those for myself and the folks and possibly the neighbors. My neighbors down the road. No Boxing Day for Maya. They don't have it in Norway. Okay. Rounded it out with asparagus, mushrooms, cheese fondue, flaming cherries, Jubilee cheesecake. Cherries soaked and flamed in B&B. Lasagna is a project. Lasagna is a project, but it's a really fucking delicious project. That cheesecake, however, is dirty. You talk dirty. That sounds amazing. Holy shit. Yeah. Seriously? Yeah, I think we're all going to Kimberly's house next year. I mean, if you want, I'll make a lasagna to, contribute. I don't have any problem contributing. I cook. I cook like a mofo when properly inspired and let loose on the kitchen. My mom passed away on Christmas Eve, and then on Boxing Day, my granddaughter was born. That was 11 years ago. It was the worst and best time ever. Oh, man. Yeah, I bet it was. Boxing Day is the day to box up the Christmas decorations. Okay. Let's look up Boxing Day. What is Boxing Day? Originated as a holiday to give gifts to people in need, today Boxing Day forms part of Christmas celebrations, with many people choosing to take advantage of Boxing Day sales. Also called Offering Day. All right, so I did have it right. Nice. Yay. I love it when I get stuff right. It's not always, I don't always take it for granted. But yeah, Boxing Day was originally meant to give gifts to the needies, the needy, not the needies. Give gifts to the needy, and now it's all about the sales, or in Kathy's case, sitting around and watching TV in her PJs, which also, not a bad way to go about it. You'd never heard of that day, Red? Yeah, I'd heard about it a long time ago, and I don't remember where I first heard about it. I don't recall. Smarty pants. Yeah, only sometimes, sweetheart. Only sometimes. Send the recipe for the cheesecake topping. Yes. Nom, nom, nom. That sounds like an amazing cheesecake topping. And I can put it on top of my keto cheesecake with the shortbread crust that I make with almond flour. Yum. I really need to make that again. It's delicious. Absolutely delicious. But yeah, I mean, we've got, Mom has a humble palate, and my stepdad has about 4 things that he likes. So that makes it a little bit challenging, because I've been all over the place, and I've lived all over the place. So it's and because part of the experience of going places and living places and exploring the world is eating all the foods, I've done that. And I have really broadened my horizon, really broadened my palate as well. So it's difficult having to tame down the flavors of the things that I make. So I try to find things that everyone in the house will enjoy. And that can be sometimes challenging. But if I can do that, and I can take some of the pressure off Mom so she doesn't have to cook, then that makes it a little bit easier. And so that's why I think this chicken thighs recipe is going to be perfect. I also do a mushroom smothered pork chops that makes a whole pile of this incredible gravy. And that goes well over just about anything. I mean, shit, you can put it over eggs if you want. I love to cook. And I love the Instant Pot. And it has made my life so much easier. But there are some things that I still do in the oven. I'm still going to do a lasagna in the oven. I still do cheesecake in the oven. Mom makes cheesecake in the Instant Pot. I do my cheesecake in the oven. And there's a number of different things that I still do my pot roast in the oven. My trashy ass pot roast. And there are some things that you just, that I got to roll old school with. I got to cook them in the oven. But there are some things that I'm going to do in that Instant Pot, because it means that I can have ribs that are falling off the bone all year round. And they go in the oven, like in a hot oven, in a 450 oven, just for about 10, 15 minutes just to caramelize the sauce on the top. Damn, it's amazing. Recipe sent. It's really easy. Even some rare liquor stores sell the little shooter-sized bottles of B&B. Yep, yep. And we have a Cashwise in this town that that thing is amazing, and they have shooters of just about everything imaginable. So if I'm gonna find it anywhere, it's probably gonna be there. Tony, you do a lot of baking in your oven? Nice. Very nice. Yeah, mom does a lot of baking in the oven as well. She was terrified of the Instant Pot when I first got it for her. Um, and now she's kind of getting used to it and using it on her own, and she loves it. She loves it. She absolutely loves it. So, well, thank you, Kathy. Can I just say that I think you are a very special young woman, honest, funny, down to earth, and just right on cool chick. I'm an old girl, so I know what I know, and you are amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't feel young most of the time, except when I do. I mean, my inner child is still very, very active. Uh, you can just ask the tackle box of self-adhesive googly eyes that I have in my purse. um, but yeah, I'm 50, so sometimes I don't real and because chronic pain means that I don't always. And sometimes I wake up and I feel like I'm 90. So. Oh, Pup Groomer is definitely in the mood. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you. Love it. Merry Christmas to you. Rest well. I hope you had a good holiday. And I hope you all had good holidays. Oh, what do we got here? I have to send you the pic today I got of my parents' dog's Bugs. He's 11 years old and used to be mine, but I think this is the best picture I've ever gotten of him. Well, shit, yeah. Hmm. Thank you. Love it. Just got your message. Kimberly, I've got the recipe. Kazri. Fun fact, I don't use my oven. I have a microwave convection oven combo. I don't cook a lot, and as a single person, the rare oven needs I have, I do the mini oven. That's fair. That's totally fair. I find it very difficult to cook in small batches, to cook for one. I find it incredibly difficult. So I wind up cooking for an army, even when there isn't an army to feed. But I also got really good at being able to file things in the freezer. So, yeah, like I make my own chicken stock, and when I have a garden going, I make loads and loads and loads of pesto and stuff like that, and I just wind up freezing them. And I also do like canning and preserving and stuff. Um, so I've got things year round that you can usually only have in certain months. So yeah, I oh, you're a vegetarian too. Nice. Um, then you would actually really like the probably really like the pesto that I make. It is, just by design, pesto is vegetarian. But I don't make mine with pine nuts because I think pine nuts are bullshit. So I pan toast almonds instead, sliced almonds, and I use that instead of pine nuts in my pesto. It works out really well. Recipe is super simple. Hi, Justice Jane. Good to see you. I baked when I was young, not so much anymore. Now being veg for more than 40 years, I try to come up with recipes for lazy vegetarians. Yeah, yeah, for sure. For sure. That's, I mean, honestly, that's my pesto recipe. Other than the most strenuous thing about it is growing the basil and then washing and drying the basil after you've cut it. But yeah, yeah, it's super lazy vegetarian stuff. But um, yeah, I didn't like pesto for a long time. And then I started making it with almonds and went, oh shit, okay. That's why I didn't like pesto. Dawn, what was I thinking? Shrimp plus cats. I'm surrounded. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of had to expect that. Oh, goodness gracious. You guys, look at this guy. This is Bugs. So cute. What a sweet pea. Yeah, basil grows pretty easily. It grows even longer if you remember to pinch off the flowers when it tries to start flowering and going to seed. Pinch off the flowers and it'll just keep on going. I used to have like shrubs of basil. It was ridiculous. And you put the basil next to the tomatoes and they protect each other because the bugs that eat tomatoes don't like basil and the bugs that eat basil don't like tomatoes. So yeah, it works really well. Your grandson loves pesto. You'll have to try it with almonds. Yeah, I just pan toast them in a dry pan. I don't even oven. Just pan toast them real quick. As soon as you start to smell them, they're done. You know, it takes next to nothing. Trying to eat better. Going to microwave some pre-made brown rice and quinoa and black beans and add avocado, olives, onion, and a delicious pre-made sauce. Eat, then head over to visit and feed Miles again. Aw, Miles. That's his name. He's a handsome gentleman. His person comes home tomorrow. He's been at Austin for a week. Oh, Austin's fun. There's a lot of good food in Austin, too. What a sweet pupper. Yeah, everybody loves the photo of Bugs. But Kazri, I hope that you saw that everyone was absolutely losing their minds over Miles last night. So we were really happy to see him. Miles is a cutie pie. Well, we've got 21 in here. This is where I do the responsible YouTuber thing. Please hit like or unlike as you choose. Either way, it's engagement and it helps the algorithm. Please feel free to subscribe if you'd like to come back or if you'd like to be notifications. If you click the little bell, it'll give you notifications when I hop on. I have not figured out scheduling things, so I have no idea how to make that thing with the thing and the stuff with the YouTubing. I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah. Please feel free after the stream ends, leave comments. We love the engagement. I didn't leave anything fun link-wise in the description box below. Just kind of, expanded on the title a little bit because meh. No, my name is Cricket. My YouTube handle is Chow Yun Smut. And that comes from when I was managing an adult store. adult film store. And a friend of mine commented after I was telling her some stories about it working there. She said, "Wow, your porno foo is mighty. You're like the Jackie Chan of porn. You're like Chow Yun Smut." And it stuck. And so, dear Live Journal, my name is Chow Yun Smut. I manage an adult store. I am your friendly neighborhood smut peddler. And that was, what was that? 2003? 2004? 19, 20 years ago? Yeah. So that happened. And it just kind of stuck. And then I got the email address to go with it. And YouTube, when you go to sign into YouTube, it says, "Oh, you have a Gmail address. Here's your Gmail handle. I guess this is going to be your YouTube handle." And I went, okay. Okay. So here I am. What else do we have? What else do we have? Do we have anything new in the emails? No? Okay. Good. Good. Yeah, Bugs is stinking adorable. Absolutely adorable. Oh, it looks like Pete's getting back to me. But I am live right now, so I don't think I'm going to be composing an email to get back to him at the moment because I'm too busy eyeballing my inbox for adorable animal photos. Thank you, Jane. I appreciate that. I like this name too. It works very well. It suits me. My biological father wanted to name me Becky Sue. Do I look like a Becky Sue? I don't act like a Becky Sue. I don't feel like a Becky Sue. So, yeah. That's me. That's me. I is who I is. Tinted lip balm, y'all. Not doing any hardcore anything tonight. No lippy because I'm just nothing but skincare. Hair up in a bun. Oh. Jen. Kimberly sent me that for you. She sent me another one too. Let me bring it up. And here's another handsome creature. Dee, 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 dee. So there we go. Pet photos to help Jen out because she is having a day. You can change your YouTube channel name, although maybe you're comfortable and branded with Chow Yun Smut now. Yeah, I figure once I get my actual travel channel up and running to and start doing content for that, that's going to be a separate channel, and that I'm not going to have under this name. But yeah, that's what I've got for right now. And for personal stuff, it's fine. I like I said, I kind of fell into this, so it's not even a hardcore branding thing. I just kind of fell into it and here I am. Um, but, I'll roll with it for now. If I need to change it later, I will. Oh, the baby. Who's this handsome? Handsome, handsome. Pretty, pretty. Is that our Miss Mona? That was Thunder and Zap. Feeling belonged to a roommate. I couldn't train one. Yeah. That's a good discussion topic if people are interested. Yeah. Channels and whether to have one or multiple topics on a channel. Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to be promoting my business, I'm not going to be doing it under Chow Yun Smut. So that's why I would have a different channel specifically dedicated to that. Oh, that is Mona, and she got mad at you for taking her photo. Oh, no. But Mona, we love you. You are the goodest girl. I believe the recommendation is to have just one topic per channel. That's not my tendency. I can't even have one topic per live stream. But again, if I'm doing something specific to my business, then that's going to be a separate name and it's going to be branded differently and the whole 9 yards. Well, Kathy, if you have animal photos that you would like to send, you can send it right here, Chow Yun Smut, only with no spaces, at gmail.com. That's where you send them. And then I just pull them up on my phone because I don't know how to put things on my screen so that y'all can see it better. So I just pull them up on my phone. Yeah, just email me photos and that'll work. And I'm getting some from Ms. Maya right now. Oh my goodness. Winter in Norway, y'all. Would you look at this? This pupper is ready. Ready. And it's awesome. I love this. I love this so much. And dog is ready to go out and herd some reindeer. Yeah, this is all over the place. Yeah, from asparagus to peck picks, everything in between. That's just how we roll. Aw, thank you. Do you want me to show this pink wig smoochies? Because I will. I will do it. This isn't mine, but I got to hold. Ooh, I'm excited now for this to load. You can show mine too. Not a fur baby, just me to y'all. Mine will be for vlogging my adventures in retirement, but also other topics like animal rescue, mental health, and some stuff for my kids. So no topic. That works. I'm just getting started. My business is that I'm a microdosing specialist, psychedelic guide, and freedom advocate, which is how SPTV content fits in. Okay, sure. That makes sense. Ms. Beaumont is sending kisses. Kisses from Ms. Beaumont in a bright pink wig. I think the biggest thing that made me so angry about my mother calling me is that she said it was to talk to my kids, but she has my oldest number. Why did she have to call you? Because you know exactly why she had to call you. And that was on purpose. Since my business is so funky, I feel like I can combine it all. What do people think? Absolutely. Absolutely. There's no problem in my mind of being eclectic in what you cover. And if you are seen as a one-trick pony, then you're going to be restricted to that. For it, it'll be a lot more difficult um, to break out of that and start covering other things and exploring other topics than it is if you are eclectic from the start. So that would be my take on it. Um, yeah, yeah. Why restrict yourself when you don't restrict yourself in your business? You seem like you've got a lot of uh, a broad array of things going on. I can't see why you couldn't cover them all as part of your thing. Why not? Why not? That would totally make sense. I love the conversations here. No real direction for sure. Yeah, we go wherever the wind blows us. She's just trying any which way she can to get in contact with me, even using my kids to do it. Wrong move, bad woman move. Yeah, yeah, seriously. Do better, lady. Have some respect. Yeah. Why other than to stir? Mm-hmm. Well, and we know how I feel about this. Those who stir the shit should have to lick the spoon. Reese has proved that no topic is good topic. Yeah, yeah, for sure, right? I combine a lot of topics on my channel, just separate them into different playlists. That's fair. Yeah, I gotta figure out that whole playlist thing. I gotta get on that. Just section them off in the description if needed. That works. People like your mom irritate me. If I told you not to contact me, that means don't contact me. Yeah, but you know what? People don't have respect for boundaries. People don't see boundaries as being applicable to them because for some reason they're above all that. They're exempted for whatever reason they can conjure up in their heads. Boundaries exist for a reason. Respect them. End of line. This isn't rocket surgery. The Sunrise Dawn sent me another pic. When I finally do it, I hope you'll hold my hand when I go live for the first time. Oh, girl, absolutely. You know I will. You know I will. Shit. You just let me know when it's happening and I will be there. Clearly my abilities have been questioned recently, but if you need somebody to swing a wrench for you, baby, I got you. We got sleepy babies from Ms. Tony. Oh, they're all curled up. Honestly, I'll tell you, Tony, you cannot tell if that is a dog or a rolled up carpet. I had to look really closely. Aw. Jasper steals the pillow. Because of course. Who needs a pre-rinse cycle? Precisely. See? Jasper knows what's up. You don't even know the half of it. That's amazing. I was live streaming daily until the solstice, then fell off the wagon. I have part 2 of a live about psychedelics scheduled for today at 7 with 2 of my semi-regular co-pilots. Very nice. Very nice. Or she wants something from me, but what? She's all the way in Florida and I'm in Nevada. She knows hubby won't let me do anything for her after she called me every name in the book, but a white woman. Wow. Yeah. I'm still 100% behind you. He's a pillow thief. Oh my. Seems chill. He is most of the time, except when he randomly gets the zoomies. Yeah, ain't that the way though? Always. Like our Jake sleeps most of the day, except when he's completely bananas. And then there's just no getting around it. All right, so guys, we know where to be at 7:00 Pacific tonight. We should go over and visit with Kazri. Oh, Jen says he doesn't put his foot down about much except when it comes to her. Yeah, that's when you know. That's when you know. Gone too far. Yeah, he is trying to protect. Oh, good. Jen's writing it down now. Psychedelics are not of a whole lot of interest to me, but you know what? I'm here to help. I'm here to support. You know, people are here supporting my channel. I would love to be. I'm happy to support other people's channels. So, you know, and may end up learning something in the process. And that's one of the things that we do here is we learn something new every single day. So, like today, we already learned what Boxing Day was. And well, how it started and what it's turned into. So, see, we got something out of the way early that we learned. So, yeah. I love it. We're all about learning things up in this piece. Oh, we're talking about dog zoomies over here. My husband will be like, "Why are you laughing?" until he steps out into the hall or wherever and gets mowed over by a hyped up dog. Taken out at the ankles by a really amped up beagle. Yep. Yeah, I bet she has. I bet she has. Let's see. Wednesday, I do guided meditation. Thursday, I'll get back to general check-in format. I'm happy to engage with audience, Q&A, whatever content. Just got to get a few more people in the chat. Yep, I hear ya. I hear ya. Like right now, I've got 21 people, from what I can tell, 21 people watching. And maybe half that actually participating. So, you know, I hear ya. I hear ya. One day I'll tell my story, but I warn you now, you'll probably need some tissues. All right, yeah. Put a warning on the if you decide to do that live, or on your channel, make sure to let us know in advance. Mom just picked up like the bulk package of boxes of tissue from the local warehouse store. So yeah, 21 people. Woohoo! I mean, that's big for me. I think I usually top out at like 22 concurrent viewers. So she's in bed. She's snoring her head off now. Very nice. Some people watch on their TV, so no chat. That's true. That's true. I need a refill. Xena Marlene, y'all. All right. I'm down for that. I get greeted and by my dog by 4 dogs when I leave and come back. I literally have to make them move back. Yep. Yep. That's love, though. That's love. Oh, Xenu, why hast thou forsaken me? Here we go. Here we go. Here's the fancy one. Hef, I've been zenuing this whole time already. My ears are numb. Yeah, was that 3 vapes or 4 that you had in your mouth in that photo that you sent me? So annoying there's no chatting on the TV. That's why I'm sitting at the desk with my computer. The phone screen is just too small. Yeah. Yeah. I used to watch a lot on the TV, but I found that I would also have to have my laptop set up on silent so that I could actually participate in the chat because watching things live and not participating fucks me all up. So I would rather be there. Um, if it's live, if it's just my watch later list, then I'm not bothered by it. But if it's something that's live, I'm usually sitting here knitting anyway, so I want to be able to occasionally put the knitting down, take a break, stretch out my fingers, and say hello. Okay, well, have told us to show it. You know what? I'm gonna have to brighten it up just a little bit, just because I keep my phone screen really dark, y'all. I have to because my eyeballs can't even. Vapes. All the vapes. She has all the vapes. Um, and that is funny as hell. So now I'm turning the phone down just a little bit because yeah, I have really super sensitive eyeballs. Um, they're really photosensitive. So I have to keep my phone and my Kindle and everything turned way down on the brightness because otherwise every time I open my phone for something, I am blind. Late night lives like this can engage Europeans, Australian, New Zealanders, various other time zones, and US night people or us night people. Yeah, and I've always been a night crawler, always. So, yeah, this works for me because this is when I'm awake. Um my I've been naturally nocturnal since I was a teenager, and when left to my own devices, like I can be a day walker if I have to be. Um But it generally doesn't last very long because as soon as the weekend comes and I'm left to my own devices and I don't have to keep that schedule, my body will stay awake. Sunrise is when I get the message in my head that it's time to go to bed. Oh my God, speaking of which, night meds, y'all. Here's your night meds reminder. Everybody take your meds. Um, Yeah, so this is when I'm awake anyway. It came in really freaking handy um when I went to Korea last year simply because of the fact that I was already on Korea time. I'm already up in the middle of the night. I didn't have a whole lot of jet lag from that trip and I was able to hit the ground running the next morning bright and squirrely when I needed to be. And when I'm watching, live television broadcasts in Korea while I'm here, which I do anyway, um, I'm already I'm already awake. So, between that and my friends in Australia that I chat with on the regular, and then this lot here, I've got a couple of Kiwis, I've got Norway, I've people from all over the place. Mr. Crow, I think, is in the US now, but is Icelandic. I mean, there's just no telling. And it's late enough still that the Pacific time zone people aren't going to be ultra super engaged in whatever it was that they were engaged with for the evening because by the time I go on, it's like 10 or 11 o'clock your time in yeah, Pacific time. So it makes it easy. And um, I like to think that I've got a grasp on my own little market share just by dint of the time that I'm on. Um, but this is when I'm comfortable. It's when I'm awake. It's when I'm most coherent and functional. So it works out. Night meds. Kathy, I watch on my TV unless I want to say something or join in, then I switch to my laptop. That's fair. I will admit, sometimes I bring my phone in with me to the bathtub. And if I get a notification that somebody's going live, then I'm stuck using the chat function on the phone. Miserable. Absolutely miserable. Hef's protesting, no boobies. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, No Talk Tony got here. She was on it. She like entered with them out. She walked in the door and they were already out and in the chat. I mean, there was no defense. She even beat Miss Sunrise Dawn. So I guess they're trying to come at the queen. I don't know, Hef. Yes. I will definitely give warning. I don't know the format I'd do it yet, or if I'd be able to get through it on my own. It's not a good story, and a lot of it takes place before I was even legal. All right, yep. So that's going to need a bunch of content warnings. I don't know that I'd do it live. Film it, edit it later. It gives you all the time that you need to take breaks, to get your sob on, to do whatever it is that you need. I don't know how to do that, but you might have a better grip on this stuff than I do. So I would say do that rather than doing it live, because you can always premiere it and watch it with us. Or, watch it with us with the sound off and just keep an eye on the comments, because you know that we're all going to be there and we're going to be in between sobbing and blowing our noses. We are going to be there to support you. So that's how I would go about it, because if it's the kind of stuff that I'm thinking it might be, you don't want to do that live. You don't need to put yourself through that. That's just going to be fucking re-traumatizing. It's going to be re-traumatizing anyway. But if you choose to do that, I would say do it with your own timing, and so that you can edit it together. And that's what I would do personally. But, it's up to you. Or you could talk to somebody like Marilyn, who has gone through some shit, and maybe see what she recommends, because she's been really good with not only sharing her story, but she is good at holding space for people who have their own traumas to work through. And she knows what it's like to have a story that is so completely fucked up on so many levels that it's not something that you can just trauma vomit out in one go and be okay. So, yeah, I would say maybe talk to her. Um, but definitely, I mean, I wouldn't do it live unless you were super ultra mega comfortable with that. What do we got here? I'm in nighttime mode too. TV and phone are dark, soft light. Yep, absolutely. I don't use the overhead lights in my room. I use them in here because I have to in order to be seen at all and not be grainy. Um, but like every time my mom comes in the room, if I have it set the way that I want it to be, where it's comfortable for my eyeballs, um, she'll come in and want to show me something, and bah, the first thing she does is pop that light up to full strength. And I'm like, okay, my sclera. Now I'm blind. Night person, happily retired night person. Very nice. Yeah. Don't tell mom. I get it from her. I was up watching late night Star Trek with her when I was like 4. I have problems with daytime. Yeah, same. Same. I'm not a fan of the evil day star. I work 3 to 11 and it takes a while to wind down for me. I took 32 seniors into bed every night. Such fun. Aw. My mom used to do something similar. Are you a nurse, Kathy? My mom was a nurse for 36, 37 years, something like that. She is now retired as well, but um, she did some time working in a nursing home, a couple of different nursing homes actually. So yeah, I know how that goes for sure. And it does take a while to wind down, especially if it was an active day where you were. Jen, maybe you and Cricket could do a live together. She would be just like Doug was to Marilyn with you. I don't know that I would be that, as good because Doug is way more of a seasoned professional than I was when it comes to stuff like that. But, I'm willing to give it a shot. Heaven knows I know how to hold space, and I know how to not push for details that people don't want to give. I can respect boundaries. So, um yeah, I mean, up to you. Up to you. Not many lives during this time. Well, and that's a really friggin' good thing for you, isn't it, Red? Because um you get your mod on hardcore. So you're a busy lady. I'm happy to come in here and have you be able to relax and not have to swing that wrench. Precisely. 4 a.m. in New York City. New York City, represent, represent. Ah, I miss New York. Hot damn. Sent you an email with what I did today. I reconfigured a mobile. In StreamYard, you can record videos and post later. Yep, yep. Ooh, a mobile. Oh, originally it was a classic mobile made with bamboo cross as a structure, axis with 3 birds hanging below each end of the X and one in the center. I cut a wire yard sign bracket into a few pieces and used fishing line to reconfigure it into a more interesting, more complicated pattern. I have a video too. The photo might be easier to share than the video. Oh, you guys, look what Kazri did. It's a mobile. That's super cool. See, I would have something like that hanging from my ceiling with bats on it. Just because, I mean, y'all know that I'm obsessed with bats. That's awesome. That's super cool, Kazri. Thank you for sharing that with me. With us. That's rad. Have gets sick every dang holiday. Yeah, you're not the only one. I am blessedly not sick this year, and I wasn't sick last year, but I also barely leave the house. So, oh, hey, Brian Lucas. Good to see you. I am way behind, y'all. DaVinci Resolve is an excellent free video editing program. I'm writing that down right now, Brian Lucas. I don't know why I said felt the need to say your first and your last name, but I'm writing that down right now, Brian Lucas. And does it work only on Apple products, or can I use it on my Fisher Price computer, my little Chromebook. Pre-record will also let you edit out stuff that you might regret sharing. Just ignored. I'm usually okay for the most part. It's just a lot, like the list of things. I've worked through a lot of it. I'm sure you have. You couldn't be in the position that you're in right now if you hadn't. But there's always so much work. You're a PSW and you love your job. I'm not sure exactly what that is. Is it a psychiatric social worker? Some kind of a social worker? I need to learn the editing piece. That's where I'm feeling my age. Yeah, for sure. Trigger warning, my insomnia is classified as habitual because of the second case of SA at 10. Ooh, snap. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be some heavy shit when you decide to come out with it. Fuck. All right. Well, that gives me an idea, a very tiny idea of what we're dipping our toes into. I love relaxing with you guys. Yeah, I love having you relax with us. I'm light sensitive too, lamps and string and rope lights only. For Zooms and YouTube, I bought 2 lighted makeup mirrors to put on each side of my laptop instead of ring lights. Lights on the floor behind me. Nice. Yeah, I still have to work out the whole lighting thing, but it's also, I'm Jay Tillin in my mom's house, so there are limits to how much I'm going to be able to really change things around, and create a studio, as it were. Some people do think that. They do think that they would be completely overwhelmed in New York, and I can tell you that it doesn't have to be that way. If you have the right guide, the right person with you, we know where to go, we know how to get there, and we know how to make sure to get you to the place that we're taking you with a minimum amount of craziness. There is some craziness that's inherent just because it's New York, but you don't necessarily have to be overwhelmed. And just remember that New York is very similar to a stray dog. If you show it you're afraid, it will bite you. But if you walk in confidently, or you're with somebody who's confident, who can show you the ropes, you're going to be fine. You're going to be absolutely fine. And it is so worth it because there's just so much everything there. I've worked Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, and Boxing Day this year. So many lonely people. I love to make them laugh, and they're all so loving. I'm sure. Yeah, I've done a lot of, when I was working in the residential treatment center, I was always with the holidays. Always with the holidays. New Year's Eve, Christmas Day, all of that. But it was fun because we got to run around and be elves. And it's not anything that the friggin' center I was working for paid for. I'll tell you that much right now. But we made up really cool stockings for everybody all of the clients in the house, and we had a max capacity of 24. And we just ran around and distributed everything when we were doing our night rounds, and we had a good time. It was fun. DaVinci Resolve. I'm on a MacBook, but I'm sure they make it for PCs too. Okay, good to know, Kazri. Thank you. Kazri, did you give your channel name? Can you put it in the chat, or when this is done, leave it in one of the comments down below so that we know where to find you? Sorry to disappear for a few minutes. Hubby fell and scared me to death. Oh my goodness. Thankfully, he's fine, just shaken up and might be sore tomorrow. Yeah, probably. Oh, personal support worker. Okay. All right. Well, that's cool. Photoscape is an amazing free image and photo editing program. Writing that down too, Ms. Kazri. Now I just have to learn how to use them. I haven't done any editing since I was in school, and I've never used like Photoshop or anything, so I have no idea. Let's see. Trigger warning, that's what led to the substance abuse and addiction issues by 12. Of course it did. Of course it did. And that makes absolute 100% sense. I want to go to New York City. Yes. I want to go back. I love this channel because it gets me out of my overthinking monkey mind. Yes. Yes. The monkeys. The monkeys. Yeah. I have howler monkeys in my own brain, and they like to have what if parties. That's a good time. That's always fun when I'm trying to sleep. Lived in New York City for 13 years. It is just a bunch of tiny communities and families living in a tiny amount of space. Well, there's that. And it adds up to 8 million people somehow. Yep. For sure. For sure it is. It's so much fun. Red is eating more pie. Yay. Yay. I love pie. Pie is delicious. I went to New York City for Fleet Week in 2007. It was interesting. I am sure it was. I'm sure it was. 2007, I was in LA. So I moved to LA in November of 2006. November 2006? No, November 2005. And I was there until 2010. So yeah, I bet it was interesting. Yeah, Red, inquiring minds want to know, man. Which pie? So in Photoscape and DaVinci Resolve and anything, search on YouTube. Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude, I live my life on YouTube tutorials, man. Absolutely. Nom nom. Gonna go heat up some stuffed mushrooms. All of us get to go to the kitchen with you. Delightful. Delightful. You're gonna send over some of that lasagna while you're at it? Just cram it right through the inner tubes for me? Oh, the old berry again. Okay. That's the one that you devoured a quarter of on Christmas Eve, if I recall correctly. Nice. Well, you're having pie, and Tony's gonna have stuffed mushrooms. I should probably eat another food, huh? I did have some cold fried chicken earlier, but I don't know. I feel like I should probably have a food. No offense taken. That's fine. It's not everybody's jam, and I totally get it. New York is big and crowded and loud and smelly and fantastic. I love it, but it's not what everybody expects. It's not what everybody expects, and it's not everybody's jam. It's, I I totally get it. And that just means more New York for me. Oh, oh boy. Somebody's having a bad hair day. This is yet another puppy photo for Jen. Somebody is really having a rough hair day. Let me get this out of the way. This poor creature. Really having a rough time. Thank you so much, Maya, for sending that. That's amazing. I can't imagine NYC. I live in a very small town in Canada. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people can't. And I grew up in a small town. Not a very small town, but a small enough town. And I fled when I was 20. And I went straight for the East Coast. Because I'd been there three times before already, to New York and to Boston. And I had to. I had to. And never looked back, and no regrets at all. Crowded right there. That's your note line. Makes sense, Jen. Did get to see Blue Man Group off Broadway, but I didn't have the same experience others did. At one restaurant, our server ignored us for another table. They got there after us and got their food. Rude. Sorry that happened. I've seen Blue Man Group. They're amazing. Got their food before we got our apps. Time was running out to get to Blue Man Group, so I asked for the manager. Told him that I was pissed because of service. Told him I wasn't paying for just one drink and an app. Then I told him to fuck off and we left. Nice. Nice. Can't blame you for that. No, there's a Norwegian Cruise Line. I don't know if they still do, but they used to have Blue Man Group on their ship, Epic. And so I've actually seen Blue Man Group a number of times on the ship, and got an opportunity to speak with them when they were out of makeup. I recognized one of them, and very quietly, you know, asked him if he was who I thought he was. And we had a delightful conversation, just lovely humans. And now I need to try and sleep. Sending love and light to you all. Peace. Peace right back at you, Kathy Mitchell. I hope you sleep sweet, rest well, and have a good Boxing Day. We're glad you were here. Welcome. Should probably fill my tank while I'm here. Yeah, I like Blue Man Group quite a bit. They're wildly entertaining and incredibly inventive. I love the improvised instruments that they make up, that they create. Because that's really what it's about. It's about creativity, and they are incredibly creative, and I love it. I've never seen them in New York, but I have seen Hedwig and the Angry Inch, both with Neil Patrick Harris in the lead role and with John Cameron Mitchell in the lead role, on an actual Broadway theater. But I did get to see them kind of workshopping in the very early days when I went to see Culture Club at Radio City Music Hall for New Year's Eve. You've seen Blue Man Group twice, one in New York and then in 2012 in Boston. Nice. You saw them in New York City, Ms. Beaumont. Very nice. Good morning, Susan. Good to see you. Just waiting for that photo to come through, Ms. Kimberly. Hasn't gotten here yet. As soon as it does. Yay, more critters. We love the critters. How you doing, Susan? I love this little late night, early morning check-in we got going on. Has Hef passed out yet? Poor thing. You're doing really good. Excellent. I'm glad to hear it, Susan. And while we're waiting for another critter photo, can we get a Xenu up in this piece? It's asking, like, can I get a witness, right? Only instead of a witness, I need a Xenu. Have you're falling asleep too? You'll listen, but if I don't respond, I'm out for sure. That's fine, sweet pea. I understand. Yeah, I came on at right around 1. I was trying to get up here earlier, but then I got derailed by the folks who were watching the Great British Baking Show. And you gotta stop when they're, I walked in right as they were presenting. So I had to see what they had made. How can I not, right? All right. We got the Xenu Marlene's coming in all over the place, and Kimberly with the fancy. Tina Marlene, y'all. And just in time, because my phone just made a noise. God damn, this is delightful wine. I want this to load because it's not loading and it's really bothering me. Son of a bitch. Yeah, it's not loading or getting bigger, Kimberly. But it's a big snack. It's a very big snack. Very handsome. Pretty pretty. Big nope rope. Nope rope. Wasn't yours, but got to hold. What a sweetie, though. My most favorite show in New York was on April 1st, April Fool's Day. My flatmate took me to a tiny little bar downtown, and Debbie Harry was singing. Nice. I've seen her. I saw her with the Ramones quite some time ago. She was so drunk. But I mean, this was a long time ago. This was when Joey Ramone was still alive. So, all right. Now we know that Hef is still awake. Yeah, that was a nice big snake. Ooh. Soph. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. You should do that. He was a sweetheart too, Kimberly. I bet he was. All right, let's see. Looks like our Brian Lucas has gotten the game. Peanut. Is Peanut? My friend's dog, Peanut. She is a rat terrier. There she is. She's very pretty. Very pretty. What distinctive markings. I love the little random blotch right on the top of her head. But the rest of it looks like it was done with masking tape. I mean, it's so defined. Her makeup artist is a master. Yes, Kimberly always brings the next level, Xenu. She does not play. Ms. Beaumont loves a coffee martini. Send me a recipe, please. Here's the deep thoughts that we get into. Does a coffee martini defeat the purpose either way? I think they kind of cancel each other out, and so it just becomes neutral. That's what I would think. Peanut is adorable. She's 9, a spoiled, rotten brat, and the only female that isn't related to me that I know for sure truly love me. Oh, bless. But Brian Lucas, Reese isn't related to you, and she loves you. Reese is full of love. But she is very sweet. She looks like an absolute cutie pie. And again, her makeup artist or her stylist, next level. Chef's kiss, for sure. See, Soph and Ms. Beaumont are going to get together. We can go to the liquor store and get us all the stuff, and I'll show you. See, that's a party that we need to attend. That's gonna be a crazy freaking party. I can't even imagine. Cannot imagine. Wow. Kimberly, they are so good. The story goes it was invented for the supermodel Linda Evangelista, excuse my spelling, that's all right, you only got one letter off, who said she needed a drink that would get her wasted and keep her awake. And if it ain't true, it ought to be. I love that kind of apocryphal story. That's delightful. See, Brian, you're getting all kinds of love up in this piece. Because that's how we do. I can't believe we've been going for 2.5 hours already. Holy shitballs. And Susan just got here. I was going to wind things down, but Susan just got here. I don't feel like I can just wind things down. Because, I mean, Soph just came back and Susan just got here and I don't know what else to do, y'all. The good news is that I haven't gotten an extremely upsetting phone call from my BFF yet. So that's good. Let's hope that we can keep that up. Coffee martinis. I can't leave you now. That's right. Susan just walked in. I put my purse back down. Oh, you guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. I gotta tell you, it's incredibly helpful to my self-esteem. Honestly, Kimberly, if you don't want to get wasted but want to get drunk, then they are the way forward. Okay. And you'll be awake. So, you know. It helps you too? Good. I'm really glad. I mean, if it wasn't helpful, I don't think I would keep doing it because there's only so much that I can just babble about. But you guys are awesome. And, you know, when I started doing this, it was to hold space and let people do the thing. Like I said yesterday, I enjoy your style and content. Yeah, and my live crew is something else. This gang right over here is they're the ones that make it for me. They're the ones that make it for me. They're hardcore and I love them. I love them. It's just it's exactly what I needed. And I didn't even know that I needed them. But it is what I needed. It's helped me tremendously process some stuff. Um, and give me the ability to keep moving forward and keep coming on night after night. And it's nice. It's nice. Oh, gang daddy. Oh. Thank you, Tony. You guys are great. I appreciate you. I got my hand on my glass because I think that Kimberly's probably getting the fancy ready. She's amazing. I wouldn't honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if she didn't just have it on programmed into a macro where she can just push the button, um, and make it happen. How am I doing? Part of me is a huge fucking mess. Not gonna lie. But grief is for the living. So, it's what we have. But there is a a very sizable part of me that is calm because it may have been confusing for him at first. Uh, it can be confusing for the spirit to go to sleep in your body and that body doesn't wake up. So he may have been a little bit confused at first, but I am firmly reassured that he is in a good place and he is surrounded and has been guided to that good place by the animals who have passed on before. Whether or not he's reconnected with his dad, I don't know. And I don't know how much healing his soul has to do, but I know that he is going to be experiencing sights and sounds that will dazzle him. And I know he's going to have some questions answered. And his brilliant, curious mind couldn't ask for anything more. And therefore, I couldn't ask for anything more. So it's hard. It's really hard. But the difficulty is for the rest of us walking around in our own personal meat cars. He's all right. And I know he's all right. And that gives me some comfort. I just miss my friend a lot. So, yeah. That's how I feel about it. And Kazri, thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. Yep, he's completely free of Scientology. Doggy pile on Doug. You're taking it one day at a time. His passing on top of my friend on Thanksgiving has been tough. At least his pain is gone now. Yep. Yep. And his soul, his spirit can continue healing. And we'll probably be doing it a lot more effectively without all of the distractions that come with walking around on this flying mud ball. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you. I have not. My mom has, and I've spoken with a number of people who have. But yeah, yeah. I've been through some shit, and I've done some reading and done some listening, and yeah, Brian, absolutely. 100%. Yep. Yes. Yes, Brian. That's what I was hoping for too. I said it on the post that I made about it. Whatever his afterlife looks like, I hope that that's one of the things that he does, is that he hops on over uh to Target 2 and just gives a great big massive kit bash. Doug's was not a channel that I watched, but I heard there was some weirdness in this channel comment since he passed. Is that resolving? Well, I thought it had, but apparently it's not. See also a person who decided to come in here tonight and be rude and disruptive and not pay attention to really anything that was said, because it wasn't what they wanted to hear. So, and they're continuing actually, but you might be Miss Sunrise Dawn. You might be. Yeah, no, I wish it was resolving, but it's not. There was a lot of weirdness. And a lot of overstepping of boundaries. And I wish it was resolving. I thought it was resolving, but apparently not. So, oh no, Brian, it's still happening. Still happening. But I don't know, Kazri, you might be interested in some of the things that Doug got into. He did he did a lot of deep dives down a lot of really interesting rabbit holes. That wasn't just Scientology. It was about all kinds of stuff. And because he was raised in it, he really went in depth into just breaking it down, and it was delightful, and sometimes incredibly funny, the way that he edited and put things together, along with his own acting skills. Yeah, primo. Like how Aaron handled all the challenges tossed his way. Transparency, authenticity, and some courage is needed to be a face on YouTube. I hope that will allow me to navigate the world. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm trying to do as well. Yeah. Yeah. I can't be anybody but me. I'm as transparent as I possibly can be. And yeah, the courage thing is still questionable sometimes, but it's happening. It's happening. And yeah, Kazri, his channel is still up, as Amanda Beaumont said. You can totally go and dig into his archives, and he's got a lot of stuff that was worth saying and worth listening to. He broke down a lot of stuff into bite-sized pieces, so made it really easy. Made it really easy to understand and digest. And then he took us on some really interesting detours as well that were unexpected. And yeah, all that content is still up, so you're welcome to go and rummage around. Some people who have some people have downloaded a lot of the episodes or all of the episodes and archived them. So even if the channel comes down, the content will still be preserved in other ways. So we're good for that too. Yeah. Yeah, agreed. Um yeah, fair. Fair. Yep. Mr. Crow definitely archived a bunch of stuff, and he's not the only one. I heard some other people mentioning on the Discord that they had archived his stuff as well. But he did lead the effort on the mass download of all of Doug's material, and he got it all archived as well. Doug knew so much more than he ever said. The man was so intelligent and spirit. Yeah, he absolutely was. He was absolutely brilliant, and yeah, completely brilliant, and played that brilliance pretty close to the vest, unless you knew what you were looking for. So yeah, he kind of wanted people to believe that he was just like that dumb blonde California surfer dude, um, who was just stoned all the time and whatever. But no, there was a lot of brain happening underneath that hat, and I love that about him. That he was able to be that, and that he was able to ask the questions. But yes, Amanda Beaumont, brilliant and kind-hearted and open-minded, and he was absolutely very sweet, but he was also done taking shit from people, and he lived his life on his own terms because he hadn't had an opportunity to do that until he left the church. And so he lived his life on his own terms. He was very kind. He was very sweet. He was deeply goofy. And he wasn't about to take shit from anybody anymore. And he made that perfectly clear by the choices of the people with whom he would work and the people with whom he would no longer work. As an artist, I really felt for Doug when it came to his acting. Yeah, I really wish the cult hadn't fucked him the way that they did. He probably would have done something great. I think he did. something great, honestly, because he left behind a lot of material for a lot of people to benefit from. And people did benefit from it, and they're going to continue doing so. Um, so, yeah. Speaking of living life on one's own terms, bye. Something great with his acting? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah, I wish he'd been allowed to do that. And I wish he hadn't. Well, it wasn't only the cult that did that though. It was also just Hollywood fuckery, quite frankly. Um, and that's a problem because he was disillusioned with that too. But it's very possible that if he had chosen to uh, continue with acting, that he could have gone someplace else, fucking Vancouver, New York, whatever. Um, Miss Sunrise Dawn, are you still in here? I know I did a thing. And I'm just wanting to make sure that my mouse didn't slip when I was trying to do a thing. So if you could just let me know. Yeah, I did. Okay, good. No, that's not what it was. That is not necessarily a correct interpretation. Um, you're saying, I did watch Doug at least once. Do I remember correctly? He had an anything goes, no one gets removed policy for his chat. That's an interesting choice. What's your opinion, experience of that? That is, I was one of his mods. I was one of 3, and that was not the case. He was extremely loose with his chat. He was extremely open with his chat. And he didn't want people to be booted or muted or timed out just because they said something that maybe one of the mods misinterpreted, or because they cracked a joke that wasn't funny, or something like that. It wasn't a one and done kind of policy. He will his whole thing was, don't kick anybody out unless they're being incredibly disrespectful, especially to other people in the chat. He said, if they're trashing me out, whatever, leave it there. I'll probably put them up on the screen and fucking have something to say about it. But if they're disrespecting the other people in the chat, that's a problem. If they're being really disruptive, and really taking away from the topic of discussion, then that's a problem. And if they're being racist or homophobic or whatever, yes, Miss Sunrise Dawn, we did. Then they go. So that's what it was. It's he didn't care if people were talking smack about him because he could handle that. He was a grown ass man and he could handle that himself. But if people were consistently being douche rockets to the other people in the chat, then that was a problem. And he wasn't about to tolerate it. So um he want us to give them a very, very long leash. And we did. And I did. I put one person ever on a 24-hour timeout. And that's what I was getting all the shit about tonight. But they also tried to lay everything else at my door. And my doorstep isn't big enough for that. And I don't deserve it. No, you didn't lose your temper a bit. No, pup groomer. Jen, you did not. You were demanding accountability. You were absolutely right to do so. I gave one person a timeout. I never blocked anybody. I never muted anybody. I gave one person a 24-hour timeout. And I would have given another person the same 24-hour timeout. But they were playing nice at the moment. So I didn't. When did the ass get inserted? That's a good question because I'm not sure that he really had much of an ass. But dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I don't it's been a thing that's been happening over the last couple of years. It's now just a part of the common parlance. No reason to apologize. You were asking perfectly reasonable, perfectly cromulent questions. And there's nothing wrong with that. You've nought to apologize for. If you insist on apologizing, I will accept it, but you've nothing to apologize for. I held my temper really well this evening. And yeah. I mean, I'm not sure what kind of a genius I have to be to put your entire actual phone number into an internet chat room, but reap what you sow. I guess. I mean, who knows what kind of other people were also watching and decided to take that phone number down. I'm not going to call it because I can't be bothered. So she knows how to email me. Everybody knows how to email me. If you feel free to use it like everybody else does. But if you're going to continuously trash me and virtually everything that I do while I'm just sitting here talking to y'all, trying to have a conversation. Yeah, that's real adult. So, yeah. But bye, Felicia. See you, Marlene, y'all. I tried to keep my cool. I did the best that I could. Thank you. Thank you, Dawn. I think there were very few people who didn't have her blocked at the end. And, you know, I gave her a lot of leash. But when you're going to disrespect the other people in the chat, Soph, you are correct. Brian Lucas, hell yeah. Cheers, y'all. Thank you, Maya. I appreciate you guys. You rocked out. You rocked out. I did my best to not feed it. And I'm waiting for the comments. If you block somebody on YouTube, are they allowed to comment? I actually don't know. That's a good question. I guess I'll find out when I'm deleting comments tomorrow. Everybody knows my email address, y'all. It's not that difficult. Find me. But thank you, Tony. No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry, Susan. Nobody be sorry. You guys reacted the way you reacted. I was giving her as long a leash as possible. She continued to be rude and disruptive, and so she went bye-byes. Here's the other fun part. She was not going to get the message. And even when I straight up said that I was actually ignoring her. You can catch it on the replay, Brian. It really isn't all that exciting. You were here while she was trying to rehash everything and trying to get an apology that wasn't owed. No, she's blocked. Okay, cool. Yeah, you're not missing a whole lot. She basically was mad at me because I put somebody on a 24-hour timeout in Doug's chat. And apparently I am the worst person in the world for that, and I'm supposed to apologize, and I'm supposed to take it back, and I'm also supposed to answer a whole bunch of questions about why I wasn't there to save the day when Doug passed away, because I don't have a personal relationship with his mom or with I don't know his address or anything else. So apparently I was supposed to be superhuman and fix it. So yeah. You didn't really miss a whole lot. That's what she was trying to do. She was trying to get an apology and somehow get me to unblock the person that I put on a 24-hour timeout. I can't unblock somebody that I didn't block in the first place. So that's probably for the best, Brian. That's probably for the best. Yeah, I'm apparently the worst person in the world because I put her on a 24-hour timeout. I appreciate that, Susan. Yes. Well, that too. I think that's giving her too much credit, honestly, Kazri. Also, she was losing her mind because she couldn't see you in the chat. For some reason, unless people have the chat set to all messages and not just top chat, for some reason they can't see you, and I'm not sure exactly why that is, Kaz. Re. See, I caught myself. I'm trying. I'm learning. I can learn things. um, but as far as Osa goes, no. No, because number one, I don't have enough viewers or gain enough attention to for them to bother with. They don't give a shit about me. And number two, um, I really would not give her that much credit. She might be able to email you, but she won't be able to comment on your videos unless she creates another profile. Yep. Good. Like Doug once said about being trained to bull bait, unfortunately, my dad trained me in a similar thing. And like Doug, I don't like to do it because it can get extreme. And I'm not here to destroy people. Yeah, fair enough. I felt it reasonable that if she's going to lay into you publicly, then she can show how stupid she was publicly. Sadly, she never answered me. No, because she knew that you were calling her on her shit. And that's exactly what it was. Thank you. Thank you. Quite happy to be terrible. Nah, not Osa. Yep, you do that shit right when you walk in the door. You hit like and you switch to all messages. Smart. Smart. Sometimes I forget, but I try. Us small creators don't really have to worry about anything. Osa has way bigger fish to worry about than us itty bitty minnows in a really big pond. Fact. Kind of like Juliana. Just a crazy person, not Osa. I don't think she's that bonkers. I think she's grieving, and I think she needed somebody to take it out on. And I'm pretty handy. I'm safe. I'm a safe person to take it out on. So, I really think that that's what it is. She's processing things in her own way, and she's lashing out at whoever she can find as a target. And I was really convenient. So, not Osa, and I don't think certifiable like the clearly challenged person who was going after Aaron. I'm trying to find a way that's not going to be ableist to talk about it. I think she has some challenges. The woman who was going after Aaron, I think she's got challenges that are certainly above my pay grade to handle. I don't have the training for it. And I think that's been borne out in the fact that she, from what I understand, has been hospitalized more than once for those challenges. But yeah, I wouldn't call her crazy. Certainly not this one. This one just she's grieving and she's lashing out to make everybody smile. We have to look at Sabrina's adorable face. Let us look at Sabrina's adorable face, shall we? Look at that face. How can you say no to that face? That's a beautiful face. Yeah, I think this one was just, I mean, she put her phone number in the chat and then thought that I was going to call her in the middle of a live. No, I'm not going to call anybody in the middle of a live. Come on. Come on. And yeah, whoever it was that said that I answered, you just didn't like the response. That is absolutely correct. That is absolutely correct. Yes. Yes. And yeah, going on the attack the way that she did against people who knew him, yeah, I don't know. I'm convenient. I'm an easy target, apparently. People gonna do what people gonna do. I don't have any control over it. It's in the gap. And I can't control anybody else's behavior, but I can control my own reactions to it. And I think I was pretty fucking controlled. Right up until the point that I said bitch bye. Because I'm done. But yes, thank you for sending me Miss Sabrina, because she is adorable and she has big fluffy cheeks and she is a sleepy girl. And yeah. So thank you very much. Thank you. Also, she was getting on my case about buying people coffees. I don't even have a coffee thing. I don't have a buy me a coffee thing. So what is she mad about Doug having a buy me a coffee? Like, none of this makes any sense. A lot of her arguments didn't make any sense. And again, she was trying to be laying a bunch of shit on my feet that I don't deserve. So it bring out the crazy, but again, this isn't everybody's channel for trauma porn. This isn't your personal trauma zoo. The YouTubes are not your personal trauma zoo, and that's what I keep trying to fucking tell people. Zena Marlene for the Gap, and you guys, my glass is empty. Fuck. I'm gonna have to go get more wine. Zena Marlene for the Gap. Yeah, I need to do that. And she was talking nonsense. Maybe, but not always, unfortunately. And this one was saying that until I apologized and gave reasons, that she was going to be here all night. She's like, I got all fucking night. So she was going to stay here and be chapping my ass all night long. So eventually I was just like, you know what, girl, bye. Because this is tiresome. Do better. She was talking crap about all the bigger creators being monetized with Buy Me a Coffee. I got fucking news. The only way that Doug monetized was that he had the Buy Me a Coffee. And I got even more fucking news. Doug was barely making on the coffees what it costs to keep the channel up and running the way that he did. That's all he wanted from the Buy Me a Coffee was to break even. And he was mostly doing that. So it's not like he was rolling in that sweet, sweet YouTube cash. And the only monetization, the only thing that he had was Buy Me a Coffee. And y'all know that. Y'all know that. He didn't monetize, he didn't super chat, he didn't do anything like that. So fucking Goldie had to buy me a coffee, for the love of fuck. Okay. All right. Let me set up the Squishy Owl and Ella so that we can Xenu. Y'all are already Xenuing. Don't try and make sense of Hubbard's words. Indeed. Y'all do that thing. Do you want Ella or Bunny? I don't even know what Bunny's name is. He was upfront about it. He absolutely was. Yeah, get your own freaking channel and do what you want. No shit, Maya. Here. Hang out with Bunny. I'm going to remove this just for a second, Kimberly. Just so that y'all can see Bunny. Hang out with Sad Bunny. I'll be right back. Hi, Bunny. Yeah, you can hang out over here with me. That's fine. That's fine. I'll put you right over here next to Ella. Will you sit there? Or are you going to fall over? Hang on, sweet pea. There you go. You're totally scared of Ella and Bunny now. For the most part, they're really cool. Yes. Hopefully she can put that energy into herself and get some perspective. Wouldn't that be nice? Bunny would like to give her some answers. Oh yeah, no, everybody finds them disturbing. Just don't make them mad is all. Just don't. Right? Okay. I'm just saying. I ain't even saying. I'm just saying. I don't know. I kind of like to think that Ella and Bunny can kind of represent a lot of us. You know, we don't necessarily look threatening. We don't look like the most ferocious creatures available. And it might take a lot of effort to really, really get us to that point. But once we do, you best back the fuck on up. And that's what I like about Ella and Bunny. I feel seen. I feel seen with Ella and Bunny. I mean, completely off topic, but tonight we were looking at Christmas lights and we drove past a house with a big unicorn in the yard. Wanted to take a pic because people were visible in there eating. Aww. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love it. Did you hear that, Ella? She's happy about it. She always looks sad most of the time, but she is, you just got to know how to read her. But yeah, I like being criticized for literally everything that I do. That's a good time, telling me that I shouldn't vape and I shouldn't, oh, look how classy I am that I take prescription drugs. It's probably for my blood pressure. No, sweet pea, it's not. And I wash it down with wine. Oh, me and Tugboat must be friends. Who the fuck is Tugboat? I understand, Amanda. I'm sorry. Yes, Maya, Ella can read the room. And and then when Kazri asked me about how I was handling everything, and I spoke my truth, and she was not willing to hold space for that truth. Instead, she called me a lot of bullshit names. So, yeah, there comes a time where I have to respect myself enough to say goodbye. So what's wrong with Tommy at the lifeboat? Tommy doesn't wash down his meds with wine. Tommy's sober, isn't he? Haven't been driving around to look at the lights this year. The low beams in front running light are out of my car, so it makes it difficult to drive around at night. Okay, that's fair. Is Ella training Bunny? No, she doesn't need to. She doesn't need to. Bunny came with his own fierceness. Dawn, I don't know if he's blocked them. They must have got to him so in that regard. Tommy Scoville? Maybe. If you got an Ella to protect you, then maybe you'll be okay to sleep. Perfect. Tommy is definitely not sober. Tommy is sober. Tommy won't take that. You guys, what on earth is going on right now? I have no idea who's... I thought Tommy was... I have no idea what goes on right now. Xenu, y'all. It's 4:20 where he is, and I don't toke. So what am I going to do? I'm going to drink wine. Get it? Tommy is sober. I think he's just naturally funny. I thought so too. I've seen him celebrate a lot of other people's sobriety. I thought that was what his thing was all about. But I've never said that I was sober. And I think I've made it very, very clear from the beginning that I'm not, but that I support people who are. And I support alternate means of indulging when the key phrase is said. Um, you haven't seen all the times when he was dosed to the eyeballs? No, I haven't. I haven't. I'm an addict myself and have seen addicts in recovery that still act pretty crazy, girl. I mean, I worked in treatment recovery for 5 years. I worked 3 years in inpatient and 2 years in outpatient, and then the panini happened, and then I didn't suddenly have a job. Um, so, I'm here to be supportive of whoever it is. I am grateful that I personally do not have the kind of problem that would cause me to seek treatment or cause me to uh, need a 12-step program or any kind of a treatment or recovery program. I'm incredibly grateful for that. Oh, no problem, Kimberly. I'm just glad you're here for it. But why would you compare me to him or put me in the same thing, the same category, the same little silo? Also, ma'am, my blood pressure is amazing. So close your pie hole. Microdosing mushrooms or LSD is helpful for stopping behaviors and want to stop. Alcohol, other substances, OCD behaviors. I've heard really good things about microdosing for Amanita with that. I think you and Lovett really need to chat, Kazri, because she has been really good with providing a lot of information and resources to me when it talks about with regard to microdosing Amanita muscaria. So yeah. And I think the two of you might actually hit it off a little bit. So definitely, Kazri. As long as Tommy isn't on the smack again, it's really nobody's business. Even then, it's nobody's business. Ding! That right there. I have hair. You guys get that? That random hair that just sticks to you somewhere weird. And then it just irritates the shit out of you until you have to find it. Mm-hmm. I can do alcohol here and there, but have to avoid other drugs like the plague. Fair. I've been on prescribed medications that did that to me for months while doctors told me that we had to wait it out while my body adjusted to the medication. And turned out it was the wrong meds for me. Fuck. And if it was head meds, that's even worse because finding the right head med is hard enough. But oh my God, the fucking side effects. Lord. Tommy does amazing things to help people that are suffering. Yes, he does. And he does amazing things to celebrate people even when they're brand new in their sobriety. And I've seen it. I've seen him celebrate people with that he misread it and thought that they had 22 days sober and he was so excited for them. You know? I mean, and people who are that new to sobriety need that kind of fucking support. They need that shout out. They need him holding up the trophy and being like, "Fuck yes." So, she was demanding to know what meds you were taking when it's none of her business. Yeah, HIPAA's a thing for a reason, y'all. And HIPAA also is the reason that some people are not going to answer your fucking questions when you call a psych hospital asking about somebody that you are not family with. That was out loud. I've met many alcoholics and I support anyone who doesn't want to drink. I also like to drink, but have to control it so I don't become an alcoholic, which I could do. Yeah. I don't have that particular challenge. I know a whole lot of functional alcoholics. And I know a whole lot of people who are alcoholics in recovery and for varying times, varying amounts of sobriety. I know people who are addicts in recovery. And I have seen some really terrible withdrawals. And I have seen some really tragic shit in my time. But that only serves to make me more grateful that I do not have the kind of problem that means that I can't control it, that I can't control my consumption, that I can't, one is too many and 1,000 is not enough. You know, I've never been in that state, and I'm grateful for it because of the things that I've seen. But I will also say that the people that I met when I was working in recovery, the clients, were some of the best people that I've ever met in my life. And that was incredibly rewarding. So I actually really enjoyed working in that field quite a bit. Half of them were head meds. That's when we found out that my brain doesn't like to be messed with. No shit. Apparently. I know I have a genetic disposition to addiction. I was just dumb enough to think I could control it. Newsflash, I wasn't. Yep. Tale as old as time. I do better overall without psych meds. Yep. And some people do. Me, I have to have them because otherwise things get very, very bad. She was way, way out of line. It's not normal to cross boundaries that way. Yeah. So does it really surprise any of us that they were crossing boundaries in other ways? We would not ask that, but someone who is lacking boundaries in basic human relations would. Yeah. Or someone thinking in a manic hysteria would answer any questions in this hyper manner across boundaries. Yeah, no. I know a recovering addict that says, if I'm getting hit by a train, I ain't worried about the damn caboose. Referring to avoiding taking the first hit. Yep. Yep. That makes sense. You're fortunate that the only meds you have to take is for your prostate. Yeah. Yeah. Good on you for that. Yeah. No, if I don't have, I mean, I'm very open about the fact that I take antidepressants and that I have anxiety disorder. And yeah, I'm straight up about all of that. I'm straight up about the fact that I'm an insomniac. But you know what? I'm also going to be straight up when I tell you that people are really impressed when I go to the doctor and they take my blood pressure. Because with all the other issues I have, I should have a high blood pressure and I just fucking don't. I have an awesome blood pressure. I get out of the doctor's office and I tell my folks what my blood pressure was that day. And they're like, you little shit. So people who, are envious of my blood pressure. So I guess I'm doing something right. Functional alcoholic is still an alcoholic and arguably the most addicted. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I have no illusions about that at all. I do count myself lucky on that. I do. I do, Soph. All right, Jen. 2:30, gonna make sure the hubby is up, then going to bed, have to work tomorrow. All right, sleep sweet, honey. Rest well. And you know what? Thank you for being such a ferocious protector. I appreciate you. You were my Mona tonight. And I appreciate you. I use marijuana for my gastro issues, and damn it, sometimes I just like to get high. Ain't nothing wrong with that at all. Not a damn thing. My sister was a drug addict for years and got clean. She's now a functioning alcoholic. She has a very good job and is an amazing person. What do you do, right? We're all just trying to get along. We're all just trying to get through it. The way I saw it, if Doug was in hospital, psych or otherwise, he was getting what he needed and didn't need us. Why would she call to ask that? Super Mrs. Kravitz vibes, let alone call the jail. Yeah. No, that was my thing. That was my thing, was that if the first places that you think to call are the psych ward and looking at arrest records, what does that say about your esteem for him as a person? And your respect for fucking privacy laws? Jesus Christ. He's up, I hear him, but with me not taking meds, that's why I have the service dog. Of course, that makes sense. Now you're going to bed. Okay, good night. Emailed an image of my executive producer named Awareness. Off and off cameras, sometimes on for the sillier live streams. Aw, you guys. Look at him. That's awareness. That's a bareness. He's cute. What a face. What a sweet face. Thank you for sharing that, Kazri. Pretty sure my hubby screwed his back up worse when he fell. If you need them, you need them. Oh, you sent me a photo of Phil on Messenger. Yes, you did. You guys, we saw Phil the other night, but now we get a close-up. That's Brian Lucas's Phil. So handsome. What a noble face. We love Phil. What a cutie pie. Awareness is a bear of few words. That's fair. Kazri, I don't know if you were here the other night and saw the creatures, Ella and Bunny, and how they can represent the duality in all of us. Let me know if you've seen that, because if you haven't, I'm going to make Amanda Beaumont close her eyes and turn away for a moment while I show you what they do. And if you have seen it, then I won't need to do that, and Amanda Beaumont will be able to keep her eyes open. She's a little scared, but I think she just needs a bodyguard, honestly. Phil is still a brat and also a big goofball. Fair. Has anybody seen that documentary on Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys, who was messed up by this crazy doctor who gave him hardcore antipsychotic medication that he didn't need? It's frightening what happened to him. Oh my. I haven't seen that, but I'm wondering if that has any connection to the fact that he was catatonic for a very long while. You didn't see that, and Poet, you haven't seen Bunny's Other Side yet either. Ms. Beaumont, please close your eyes. So, he's very sweet. He looks a little sad. I see you typing, Amanda Beaumont. Turn your eyes away. And I think sometimes we all look a little sad, right? But when you push and you push and you push, sometimes we lose our temper and we get very angry. And then we go back to it. We go back to our lives. So there you go. Amanda Beaumont, you can look again. It's safe. Susan. Susan sent me a photo. Oh. Who's the sweet pea? She's standing. That's Abby. Oh no. Skylar, you scamp. This is one of the beds that Jasper got for Christmas. Skylar stole it and tried to steal his new lamb chop toy. Wait, let me try to... Look at this little scamp. Skylar perfectly happy. Exactly where they need to be. I am precisely where I belong. Love it. Absolutely love it. This makes me so happy. Oh boy. I think I see another. Yep. Here's another handsome creature. You ready? This is another one from Susan. This is Duke. Duke looks very noble. What a sweet pea. We love Duke. Oh boy. Oh. This is George in a Doctor Who blanket. Right. There we go. That is George in a Doctor Who blanket. Check that out. Just amazing. That is a straight up TARDIS blanket too. You can't tell me differently. Oh, I don't know if that'll show up, Kimberly. I don't know if it'll show up on the screen, but thank you because that's amazing. She sent me a photo of the cherries jubilee on fire. George. George is not sure about getting his photo taken, and he is very blurry. But he is also adorable. That is precisely what I needed. I needed all of these photos of everybody's animals. Nice little brain bleach. We like the brain bleach. A little bit of brain bleach. We're gonna wash that drama right out of our hair. I have no idea what's happening with my bangs here. This is ridiculous. Yeah, that was a lot of side eye for sure. That's all right. That's all right, Brian. You don't even have to be mad about the camera on your phone sucking. Oh, it was about the catatonia that Brian experienced. Okay. Good. Good. Okay. Now I know. Well, I'm glad to know that it was because of meds and not because he had just completely gone round the bend and wasn't being assisted. Dr. Landry. Yes. Yes. That is absolutely the name. And I will tell you this because there is, you know what? I'm just going to find it. I'm going to find it and I will put a link in the description box or I'll put a link in the thing. Oh my God. No, shut up. Shut up. That's not what I was trying to do. Oh my up. Shut up. Shutting up. I just want this. There's a song by a band called Bare Naked Ladies. And the song is called Brian Wilson. And he mentions Dr. Landry. He mentions Dr. Landry. And the chorus is, I'm lying in bed just like Brian Wilson did. Dr. Landry, tell me you're not just a pedagogue, 'cause right now I'm lying in bed just like Brian Wilson did. There you go. It's in the comments. And yeah, so as soon as you said Dr. Landry or something like that, I'm like, holy shit. Yeah, and we learn things from music, and because I would say a solid 70% of my brain meats is taken up with song lyrics, I immediately recognize the name once and in conjunction with Brian Wilson. As soon as you said Dr. Landry or something like that, I knew that's exactly who it was. What do we got here? She's smiling, Miss Mona. Got her paw on my boob. Yep. Jen is sending us photos of Mona. Thank you for being my Mona tonight, Jen. Oh, you guys, the smile. That's awesome. We all need a Mona smile in our lives, don't we? Callie the tortie, that's a little hard to see, is mom, and Bella, the gray-white, is her daughter. Jasper's bed thief is also Callie's daughter. Okay, so we got a photo here. So she's tough to see, but there's a little tortie. You can see her little light nose, and she's at the back. And then the gray and white Kippen is also Callie. Cuties. Oh, Callie's the tortie. I'm sorry. Oh, and Skylar is Callie's daughter. Okay. Callie's mom, Callie's the tortie, and Bella is the baby. Okay. Cuties. Cuties. I love the cuties. I love the cuties. Yep, we needed that. We needed that little bit of brain bleach. Little scrubbing. And to think I was considering shutting things down at 2.5 hours. And now we're at 3 hours and 46. This is fucking bonkers, y'all. It's crazy. Oh, Ms. Beaumont. Is Ms. Beaumont still? Yes, you are. You're still here. Ms. Beaumont. You weren't here earlier? I started the thing again that I was knitting, the wrap. Only I used a smaller yarn this time. Want to see? I will show you. I'm only about 24 rows in. No, yeah, 24. 24? 24 rows in. Way better now. Way better now. Less clumpy. Less bumpy. Way better. So, yeah. Like I said, I'm only like 24 rows in. So, I've got a lot more to go. But we started again, and it's much better now. So, Amanda, it's fascinating and truly frightening. I wonder if Doug knew about it. He probably did. It's an example of mine. I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did. What pattern designer? It is from Hedgehog Fibers, and the pattern is called Fortune Cookie. So yeah, that's what it's going to look like, ish. When it's done. Oh yeah, it wasn't. Who was it that told me to change it out? It must have been. Who the fuck told me to change it out? Oh, it was probably Jen. It was probably Jen. Yeah, so I frogged it with the green because the yarn was too big. The yarn was too big, or I didn't size up my needles like I should have because I'm a dipshit. But yeah, so I started it on a different one. The yarn that I'm using is similar to the variegated that I used for the sweater. So it starts that green at the center, and then it gradually goes to black on the outside. So yeah, that's what I'm using now. And it's working out much better. It's not anywhere near as bunchy and goofy. Yes, the yarn was throwing off the tension for sure. And I was knitting really tight um, because it was a new pattern and I was weird. And I gotta tell you, purl two together through the back loop is such a pain in my ass. I hate that shit. Like, if there's a stitch that I found that I don't like, it's that one. Purl two together through back loop. What a bunch of bullshit. Um, yeah, no, I'm sorry, Ms. Beaumont, but your color work, that Fair Isle shit is crazy, and I don't know that I'm up for that. I am absolutely terrified of that. But this is working out. So, um, yeah, when I have to double strand things, that generally. Yeah, yeah, I know, Amanda. I know. I know. I didn't gauge swatch. I'm the worst. I'm the worst. Stand by for a drink of water. Okay. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, Miss Sunrise Dawn. I should be drinking water. We all should be drinking water. Are we hydrated? Yes, it's flavored water, but it's water. I have to put flavor in it. I can't just drink plain water. I can't. Even though we have good water out here, we have well water and it's good. And my 12-year-old niece had to have a heart transplant. Well, she's not 12 anymore. She's in college now, but she had to have her heart transplant. So we had to have the well tested and all kinds of stuff. So I know the water's good out here, but I have to add flavor to it or I'm not going to drink it. And as long as I have flavor in it, I will drink like 2 liters of water a day. But if it doesn't have flavor in it, I really struggle with that. So small burp. All I drink is water and the occasional cup of coffee. I'm making coffee at the moment. Good for you. Good for you, Brian. I love coffee. Hey, Ego Next Door, Jen Hachia. Nice to see you. Welcome. Welcome. That's nice. You got here right when we were kind of thinking about sort of wrapping things up. I've only been going for like almost 4 hours now, but hey, we're glad to see ya. Happy you're here. Brian's making coffee. We're talking about knitting. We've been showing pet photos that people have been emailing me. It's awesome. I love it. We had a little bit of trollery here earlier and now they're gone. So yeah. Awesome. Miss Sunrise Dawn, I love water. I drank water so much as a kid. Why can I not? There we go. My family nicknamed me the water kid. Nice. Perfect. You add stevia to your water, lots of ice. Okay. Stevia is a challenge for me because I find it has a kind of a bitter taste to it. So I have challenges with that, but ooh, somebody else I just got an email. My roommate, she kind of has resting bee face, but she's very sweet and gentle. Oh, this is oh. Y'all. Casri's roommate. Casri's roommate. Look at this face. She's gorgeous. What a beautiful girl. I don't think she has resting bitch face at all. I know I have resting bitch face for show. Tosh or Toshi. What a sweet face. My goodness. Brian says the colder the water, the better I like it. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so if we did we went all over the place. So if I'm kind of sorry we got off of the Dr. Landry thing and yeah, who knows? Kimberly, I go through about a half a gallon of iced tea per day, unsweetened, but gotta have it. That's fair. Yeah. When I do iced tea, I don't do sweetened simply because of the keto thing. Unless I'm like tossing a Crystal Light into my water bottle or something. But yeah, I find that there's a lot of different flavor options for my water that don't involve sugar, and that makes me pretty happy. I mean, I like drinking water, but if it's not New York City water, which has been, I mean, people are like, ew, New York, ew. New York City has actually had some of the highest rated water in the country for a number of years running. It tastes amazing and it is clean AF and I love it. So I got into the habit when I was living there of just hanging on to my bottles, much like I do with these guys. Hanging on to my bottles and just putting tap water in the bottles and then keeping those in the fridge rather than having to buy bottled water. Why? Why? When you've got some of the best shit in the world coming right out of the tap. Being from the South, you'd think I'd like Southern sweet tea, but I never much cared for it. Depends on how it's made, but I can totally crack out with Southern sweet tea. But I have a very good friend from Texas and she makes it. And not everybody else's sweet tea can I get behind, but I can get behind the shit that she makes. Kimberly doesn't really like the sweet stuff that much. That's fair. My dad drinks a lot of Crystal Light. He's diabetic, so tries to avoid sugary drinks. Yep. Yep. I'm on the Crystal Light train too. But now like even Starburst has little flavor tubes, little packets. Like they're smaller significantly than the pitcher packs. Um, and you can dump that into your water. I like those too. Gotta have my sweet tea now and then, Miss Sunrise Dawn. Yeah. Calling it a night? Okay. Sleep sweet, Mr. Crow. Sleep sweet, rest well, and hope you have a good day with the fledgling tomorrow. Little crowlet. I know people who like it basically being tea flavored sugar water. Yeah, no. No. If it's not done right, then that's exactly what it's going to be like. No, but if you do the sweet tea right, mm. Jen drinks coffee without sugar. Brian likes honey in his coffee. Oh, you fancy. I use an Italian sweet cream flavored creamer that just happens to be 0 sugar in my coffee. But I do also have, uh, my mom got a sample packet or like a whole little sample bag thing of Rasa, which is different, mushroom blend coffees and, a coconut-based powdered creamer that was actually really good. It's really good, but it's a pain in the ass because, it really wants to clump, and you have to use the little frother wand thing, um, in order to get it so that it doesn't clump. But yeah, yeah, those little Rasa samples are absolutely delightful, and I could absolutely get behind getting more of those. Oh, you don't have any honey right now. I'm sorry, Brian. That stinks. Dawn, I have to have my coffee to avoid going on a murder spree. Yep. Yep. I have a coffee mug that says, "You shut your hole while I finish this." Fair. I have a Go cup that says, "I drink this so I don't murder people," or something along those lines. So, yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Did Soph go to sleep? She might have. No blame. Add a few drops of milk to the coffee and sometimes to the tea to soften the bitterness, but avoid sugar at all costs. Okay. Right on. That's fair. Yeah, I'm trying to, I'm doing my best to what time is it there, Ms. Beaumont? Ms. Amanda? I'm I've been trying to live that low carb life, so, as much as I can, I try to avoid sugar and carbs and all that stuff. Used to live close to New York City, and heat in the US doesn't compare to where I'm at the moment. Cannot use AC in the summer nor heaters in the winter. Where are you, Jen? Jen Ego Next Door, Jen Hachia. Where are you? It's 11 a.m. there. Holy crap, in a basket. Midnight for Ms. Beaumont. Okay. So it's possible that Soph passed out. You're in Portugal. Oh, okay. Okay. Cool. I have actually a really good friend who moved to Portugal. She lived in the Bronx with me. She lived in Astoria, Queens. She lived in San Diego for a long ass time. And then she and her husband said, fuck it, we're moving to Portugal. Super expensive electricity bills, so no heater or AC for us. Ooh, balls. That's challenging. You're a stronger man than I. Wow. I'm on the frozen ice planet of Hoth, otherwise known as northern Minnesota. This country is a third world country. Don't let the media fool you. Okay, good to know. Duly noted. Sorry to hear that, though. That kind of stinks. What's the bright side? There's got to be one, or you wouldn't remain there. So now I'm interested in knowing. And maybe it'll clue me in on why my friend moved there as well, because honestly, I don't know. I just know that she decided to start teaching herself Portuguese and moved to fucking Portugal from San Diego. Oh, you don't wanna be here. No bright side. Oh, okay. You grew up in Canada and the US, and gosh, you miss your heaters. I'm sure you do. I do love a good heater. Waiting to be able to move to the UK. Okay, right on. Well, this is fascinating. I did not expect this particular turn to happen at this time of the morning. I love it. It makes me super happy. See, we're all over the damn place here. I'm telling you, Kazri, who needs a topic? We don't need no stinking topic. We just go on and we talk, and whatever happens, happens. And then we get Jen showing us, teaching us all about new countries that I've never been to. Yeah, my friend is crazy. I mean, that was just a given, honestly. I have no idea what her reasoning was behind moving, but, people gonna do what they wanna do, and she's grown, so okay. Minnesota must be nice, though. Yeah, you know what? It's pretty in the summertime. That's I mean, that's really all I have to say. Um, right now, it's unseasonably warm. Yeah, it's 36 degrees Fahrenheit right now, which is really weird for this time of year. And it's been pissing down rain and really gusty wind for the last 2 days. They give more tax benefits to immigrants than locals, so perhaps that's why she moved. Maybe. Maybe. That's very possible. I honestly, I haven't asked her. Um, I just figure, hey, you know what? You're go for it. Why not? Who needs a topic? If you go visit friends, you don't bring a topic in your purse. You just talk together. You damn right, Maya. Hell yeah. Very nice. Very nice. I believe that 100%. And boy, I mean, we've certainly been all over the damn place tonight, haven't we? Um, yeah, no, Minnesota's it's been, as I said, it's been unseasonably warm. It's Jen does bring topics in her purse, apparently. Um, more power to you. I am not that organized. Um, but yeah, we're just hanging out. I'm glad that you showed up because yeah, this is what happens. It starts at about 1 a.m. Central Time, Central US time, somewhere between midnight and 1 a.m. And we just babble until we stop babbling at each other, really. That's just kind of how we do up in here. So, yeah, we just kind of hang out. Um, yeah, we've been all over the place tonight. We've had some challenges to get through and we got through them. Yeah, Ms. Beaumont, it should be full moon for you tonight. Yeah, we get it later tonight as well because it's nighttime. Nighttime on the 26th for you, and it's very early morning on the 26th for me. Joe, oh my! Hiya! Good to see you. You've been disco dancing. Nice. Just saw live and dropped in and popped in. Nice. Dropped and popped. Drop it, pop it. You've been disco dancing. Good for you. I love it. This is great. It's amazing the people that show up at 5 o'clock in the stinking morning when we've been going for more than 4 hours. Holy crap. Well, this is what we get when the late night crew assembles. We just hang out and we talk until we stop. No topic, no schedule. Just hanging out with friends in the middle of the night. Oh, see, now she's singing. Yeah, she gonna boogie, oogie, oogie. Nice. I had to. You had just gotten here. I couldn't just say, oh, well, it's 2.5 hours, but I mean, yeah, Susan just got here, but we got to go. No, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that to you. Are you kidding me? Psh, kind of person would I be? And if I've napped all day long for a couple of days, yeah, seriously, you and me both, girl. You and me both, Ms. Beaumont. Well, looks like Joe's been having a great time. She's all pumped. If I wasn't being here, I'd be watching stupid videos on YouTube. This is way more uplifting right now. You know what? I'm really glad to hear that, Brian. I am really glad to hear that this is uplifting. Cause I mean, you've been here for some of the challenging shit that was going on. Yeah, we had some trollery earlier. And I'm glad to see that this is uplifting because I wasn't real sure how I was gonna come out the other end of that, but you guys are awesome, and we've been maintaining like between 20 and 23 pretty steady for most of this time, which is kind of fucking amazing to me. So yeah, I mean, I ain't mad. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it like a Polaroid picture. What kind of trolls? People who are, I think, grieving and don't know where to place the blame. And I'm convenient. You're glad I finally yeeted. Yeet. Yeah, I am too. I was getting tired of being abused, honestly. Yes. Like, subscribe, please. And if you want to know when we come on, hit that little bell. And you can get all the notifications when I go live because I still haven't figured out how to schedule things and make that work. I'm bad at Restream and all of it in particular. I have no idea what I'm doing. So yeah, like and subscribe and click that little bell so that it will let you know when I go live. because it's never scheduled. It just happens. Thank you, Kazri. You did good, my girl. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Beaumont. Sabrina has joined you in the potty, Miss Sunrise Dawn. Very nice. Good girl, Sabrina. Never let the humans potty unsupervised. Susan, did you send them to my email? Ooh, yes. You guys, this is Duke when Susan got him. Look at the baby. Oh my goodness. Hang on. And here's Abby and her kitty that passed. Aww. That baby Duke, though. Oh my goodness. And I mean, seriously, Abby, with your nose right to the floor as you're sleeping? Come on now. That's weapons grade cuteness. How dare they? So cute. Good Lord. Yeah, that's really what happened. That's in a nutshell. That's what it was. Too early in the morning for unpleasantness. Yes, that's true, Mr. Lucas. Tough, but I'm here as I feel that I'm still connected to Doug with you guys. Thank you. Thank you. I know, and everybody's losing their minds over the baby. The baby Duke. The cutest boy. Just so sweet. Thank you very much, Susan, for sending those. Those were amazing. Sick boy Toby hasn't weighed him way downstairs to watch me in the loo for maybe a month, but he did last night. Yes! That's awesome. Rock on. Do, Inspector Toby. I don't know Restream, but in StreamYard, where I create YouTube live streams, I learned the hard way not to schedule them in YouTube. Otherwise, you can't launch them in StreamYard. Ah, noted. Good to know. He's listening to me? Which one? Duke? Babby Duke? What a cutie pie he is. Duke, you are the cutest. And you were the most adorable Babby I have ever seen in my life tonight. Joe, oh my, I danced with 2 Jack Russells tonight. I bet they were the best dancing partners ever. Jack Russells are such fun people. What fun. Well, Xenu Marlene, y'all. Cheers. I see you, Duke. I see you with your little cutie pants. You are the goodest boy. You go to put your glasses on. You're not sure if that hair is stuck to your glasses or your face. Yeah. That. Oh, good. And now I have an eyelash stuck in my eyeball. Can I function now? Can I be a human? Thank you. Good times. Is it going to piss me off? Can I take my hair down? Probably going to piss me off. Spoiler alert. But may as well, right? If I can make my scrunchie actually function. Here we go. Since I take the rainbow hair down so rarely. There you go. Rainbow hair. Oh, Hux was adorable tonight, Joe. Hux was the cutest. You know, that kid, I don't even know what to say about that kid that hasn't already been said, but he is just wise beyond his years. And I love the human that he is becoming. And I love the way that he loves his mama so much and is unafraid to say it. Unafraid, unashamed, and is just unashamed to be kind and be grateful and show love. Absolutely amazing. And he just, what's funny is that I put into the comment, I put into the chat that Reese won the kid lottery and Hux won the mom lottery. And that went zipping by, but Reese caught it and she said, "Yeah, I really did win the kid lottery." Hux had been looking down. He didn't see what I had typed, but he knew somehow because then he said, "Yeah, I won the mom lottery." I lost it. I lost it when that happened. I absolutely fucking lost it. So yeah, I mean, I love the two of them so much. And that kid is, and Reese will never take that kind of credit, but man, he is the kind of person that he is becoming is such a credit to her and the lessons that she taught him. And I'm so happy. Every time that kid comes in and he's just got his little earnest face hanging out, and yeah, I love it. I love it, and he's just the cutest human, and he's turning into a fantastic big human, and I dig it. I am here for it 1000%. Yeah, and she is. I agree with that. You know, the fact that he has his own spirituality journey to be on, and she respects that, um, and just lets him take that journey and isn't there to try and stop him or naysay or anything else. Yeah, I love the whole thing. I love the whole thing. Those two are, uh, they were really a bright spot in my day today. Because after the way my day started off pretty rough with, talking my very best friend in the world off of the ledge. Um, she is really going through it on a number of different fronts, and shit just got way more difficult. So, Reese's live tonight was really a bright spot in my day. Yeah, I know. I did see that photo of her and Hux with Hux's dad, Michael. I do love how she talks about Michael. My heart kind of breaks for him. I wish he didn't have that kind of uh, family trauma and anxiety that he has. Um, that's really sad. And I kind of hope that at some point Reese says, I know this really good therapist that you could talk to. Because, dang, if anybody is deserving of getting some fucking therapy and getting a little perspective on life that doesn't involve Doug and Brenda, it would be Michael. Thanks. Thank you. She's gonna be, but it's really challenging. It's really challenging. I was talking about it earlier on in the stream, like right when I came on. We've known each other and shared a brain for pretty much 4/5 of our lives, and she I mean, we're getting to that age, where our folks are getting to a certain age, and they're gonna be experiencing challenges, and we're the ones who have to deal with it. So, it falls on our shoulders, and it is falling on Raven's shoulders now. It's falling on her shoulders big time, and I should not have said her name out loud, and I apologize, honey. Um, she, she's going through it, and it's not just a parent thing, but there's all kinds of other stuff that's going on that, I can't disclose. It's not my story to tell, but she knows that if she needs me, I'm here, and I told her that if I have to get on a figure out what fucking bus goes to, uh, that neck of the woods and relocate for a little while, I'll fucking do it. Just tell me. Just tell me what needs to happen. Any way that I can help, I'm here, and she knows it. So, including when she's just finally losing her shit and allowing everything to hit her all at once, and she was feeling her feelings, which she had been putting off for a long time, um, and just working and ignoring, and I'll deal with it later. I'll deal with it later. Right now, I have to keep moving forward. And it all kind of caught up with her this morning. And she apologized for waking me up. And I'm like, would you knock that shit off right now? That's why I'm here. Wake me up. If it had been anybody else, I wouldn't have answered the phone. So thank you. Thank you. She needs all the help and prayers she can possibly get. Shouldn't trash him even a little bit. That made her me respect her so much. Oh yeah, she still has mad love for Michael. It's just not a husband wifey kind of love, and it's very clear that she respects him, and that she still cares for him 100%. Yeah, he needs help. I'm sorry Hux lost his grandparents, but it's so for the best. Yeah, absolutely, because they are shit weasels. More time for Hux and Reese. And I love the fact that they are able to have really good mother-son talks about shit that matters. I love their relationship. It just makes me really happy. One of the biggest side effects of Aaron outing Reese is getting Doug and Brenda out of Hux's life. Think the pressure that kid would be under. Oh my Jesus. Yeah. Yeah. 100%. I agree with you. I agree with you. And Reese has said a number of times that Aaron saved her. That she's just not mad about it at all because in the end, it came down to when it came down to brass tacks, it saved her. And I think that that's true. I love watching them create new traditions. I love watching them be able to spend the entirety of the holiday together. That makes me really happy. Erin keeps saying that the TC can be connected to Suri because she's a kid, so Huck's grandparents should be able to talk to him. It's probably best that they don't. You know what? And yes. Here's the other thing is that Erin knows how this goes because I don't know if it was his parents or Heather's parents that used to live like across the street or down the street and won't even talk to their own grandkids anymore. Won't even talk to their dog anymore. They have a suppressive dog. It's so hard. I wasn't really taught about the cycle of life. Parents care for children, then children care for parents. Yeah. Yeah, and it's fucking it's a rude awakening, isn't it? Huck seems well adjusted. He really does. He really, really does. I just worry about him spreading himself too thin, trying to get a job on top of everything else. I love seeing Reese's light and confidence growing brighter and brighter every day. Yep. 100%. 100%. She is such a little cookie nose. I just love her to pieces, and then I love all the pieces. It was Aaron's in-laws. Okay, so Heather's folks. Gotcha. I knew it was something. But either way, I mean, it doesn't really matter because whoever it was the kids' grandparents. The kids aren't SPs. They didn't even talk to the kids about Scientology. They just yeah. I think that's a terribly, terribly shitty thing to do and a terribly shitty way to treat other human beings. And it just once again demonstrates the heartbreak of disconnection and demonstrates what bullshit that doctrine really is. And it is just straight up full on pure D blue ribbon class 1 grade A bullshit. Tone 40 bullshit. Lip balm. Because I have a problem. If there's one thing that I'm completely addicted to, lippies, y'all. Lip balm. You're right. It's not fair for them. It's not fair for anybody in that situation. Thanks. I hate it. Yeah. But no, Reese and Hux are little rays of sunshine with little flapping angel wings, and I think that they're absolutely delightful, and I love them. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. The saddest thing is poor Goliath being disconnected from the neighbor. It's both sad and funny at the same time. The poor puppy obviously loved the neighbor. Yeah, absolutely. It's a dog, y'all. How's a dog supposed to be suppressive? What the fuck is wrong with you people? What if LRH was in that dog body? Treating him so bad then? I do worry that Hux can have issues later in life. This is not normal for anyone, at least not a kid. Yeah, but the fact is that his mom is so committed to the process of healing herself and going through therapy and learning about all of that stuff, that I think she's passing that knowledge on to Hux. And he's also learning a lot of lessons via scouts and via the sports. I think that it happened when he was young enough that he's able to process it in a constructive way. Does that make sense? Am I making sense? Because he's old enough to be able to figure it out and to know what's going on. It just comes down to processing those feelings and sitting with those feelings, figuring out how you feel about it, how you think about it, and try to get through it in a constructive way. And I think that he's at a kind of almost a perfect age for that. Um, because I mean, let's face it, everything when you're 14 is confusing and fucked up anyway. So just throw this on the pile and add it to one more thing about adolescence that Hux gets to process. I don't know. He seems like he's a pretty well balanced kid, and it seems like he's rolling with it pretty well. Along the lines of freedom, which this country is supposed to be all about, shunning disconnection should be outlawed. Not any particular religion, just the practice of shunning. I think that could be done. Thoughts. I wish it could be done. I wish it could be done. But no number of laws of of man's laws are going to get certain factions to stop uh committing practices that they think are ordained by their supreme being, whatever name that supreme being goes by. So we can outlaw it. It's just not going to stop things from happening. There's a lot of things that are outlawed that are rampant in this country. Um, you know, so it could be outlawed. It's just not going to stop the practice, unfortunately. But then again, I'm a bitter, angry woman, um, and I'm jaded and pessimistic. So if you think you can make it happen, man, mad props. I think it's pretty cool that Jeff is totally fine with Michael coming around and hanging out and has even offered to let Michael live with them. Not a lot of men would be cool with that. Absolutely. But he also knows that Reese isn't one to sugarcoat things, and he does not lie. She does not lie. So if she says that it's just not even like that, um, he's able to be pretty assured that that it ain't even like that. Um, and I mean, my brother is very friendly with his current wife's ex-husband. So, I don't even know what to say about that. It's just, yeah, I do think it's pretty cool. And there are a lot of things about Jeff that a lot of things about the way that Jeff handles things sometimes that I don't agree with, but I do think that that's pretty cool. Interesting thought, but my non-cult father, high control alcoholic father shunned me. Yeah. Yeah. Jeff is not perfect, but he is amazing in many ways. That is true. And he's trying. He's trying to learn. It's hard when you have certain behaviors that are just ingrained. It's really hard to change them. Given how a lot of teens behave in his age, I think he's pretty well adjusted. I know I was a real mess at 14. Ooh, same, Brian Lucas. Absolutely the same. Cosign. At least if shunning were outlawed, people would have grounds to fight back using the court system if they wanted to. Perhaps. But then they would call it something else and say that it's not really what it is. I just think that there would be... You would have to be masterful in writing the law that eventually gets enacted. Because people are always gonna rummage and dig and gnaw and chew and try to find loopholes. The cult of Scientology not accepted. I mean, they absolutely, their entire life is looking for fucking loopholes. Extending people's credit card. You should ask your lawyer friend, Zach. Talk to him about it. Or see if you know of anybody, contact your local, United States representative for your area. See what they have to say. Talk to your senator. Because they're the ones who are going to be involved in getting something like that passed. I don't know. There are a lot of places you could go with that. A lot of things that you could see with that. Yes, Hux is way over the average of a well-adjusted teen, but he can still buckle up emotions. Keeping so busy can be a sign. For sure, Maya, absolutely. Reese will walk over dead bodies to help him in any way. Oh, yeah. No, she would pull herself by her chin through broken glass if it meant that she was going to be helping out her baby. And I firmly believe that 100%. Thank you, Kasri. I appreciate that. Maybe one day he will come around. Amanda Beaumont. Senator Merkley. Okay. He's super cool. Maybe I'll get that task on my endlessly long to-do list for sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, see if you can try to find a time to meet up with him when he's in town, when he's not in session and is actually in your vicinity. I've found that talking to them face to face can be more effective. But there's no reason you couldn't also just write to his office and see what kind of response that you get, or call his office. But yeah, I firmly believe in staying in touch with one's elected officials. Because they have a job to do, and we're the ones who hired them to do it. So, no reason to shy away from asking them to, do the thing. So yeah, definitely get in touch with Merkley. You're showing 16 likes. YT has not been updating the like statistic lately. Okay. I have no idea. Me. La la la. Nah, ugh. Merry Christmas, ugh. All right, let's take a look. Just because now I gotta check. I gotta see. Nope, still at 133. So, haven't lost any subscribers, but haven't really gained any over the last couple of days either. And you know what? That's okay. Not mad about it. You know, if the channel's going to grow, it's going to grow, and that'll happen organically because it's certainly not because of my flashy graphics. All right, y'all. Well, now we are at 4 hours and 45 minutes, for the love of God, and it's getting to the point where I really have to pee. So I think I'm going to shut things down. We've been sitting here long enough, and I did not take a pee break when I went to go get more wine. So this is almost 5 hours of full bladder. But I'll be back on after we've all had a chance to get a little nap and get through Boxing Day. Well, except for Ms. Beaumont and Sophie, they're already through Boxing Day. And Jen Hatia is mostly through Boxing Day today, but I don't know if they celebrate Boxing Day in Portugal. But obrigada for showing up, Jen. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kazri. See you next time. And yeah, I'll be around. If you guys need to reach me, chowyunsmut@gmail.com. No spaces in between that, just all one word, chowyunsmut. And I hope you all sleep sweet, rest well, enjoy your coffee, and have yourselves a lovely time until we meet again. Peace to you.